elaborated in these steps. The opening will be led by two authorities that have made possible of Escazú a demonstration of their leadership and their strength in making progress and to comply from the Secretariat and the presidency, the leadership on behalf of Epsi Campbell from Costa Rica, to take us to this specific moment throughout very long days of work up to the Escazú Agreement, and nowadays to its ratification process. So under that way of wanting to celebrate the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement, we are opening this session with the words in first place of the Executive Secretary, Ms. Alicia Bárcena.
Thank you so much. And the great day is finally here. The great day where today we are on a celebration of the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement. And I would like to specifically greet Epsi Campbell, Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica, first country to ratify, and helped us in so many fights in favor of the environment, dear Epsi. So it's a great honor for me that you're here, not only for your quality of vice chair of ECLAC, such as Costa Rica is, but a colleague with whom we have shared very big and important struggles in your country. I would like to greet Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, who was the first country to ratify the Agreement of Escazú, to greet the very estimated dear foreign ministers, and high authorities of the countries who are with us today and have ratified the agreement. Thank you, because thanks to you, we're here today. And I would like to thank three colleagues that we care for so much from the UN, whose support has been fundamental in the Escazú process. First of all, Michelle Bachelet, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Inger Anderson, Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program, and Olga Gallerova, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. And of course, Antonio Guterres, who has also been instrumental in bringing us to this point. I would like to greet with great affection and recognition representatives from the public, Andrea Sangüesa, Daniel Andrade, Tomás Severino, friends all from all over the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. What a special day it is today, April 22, that celebrates the Day of Mother Earth, and it is when the region celebrates the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement, the first regional environmental agreement and the first in the world, and containing specific provisions to protect the human rights defenders, and in containing precisely provisions of the defenders who care for nature and truly are those who give life to favor life. 2019, there were 210 environmental defenders who were murdered throughout the world. Two-thirds were in our region, and 2020 has been even worse. So this is a very important day, precisely to give these defenders their rights. And this is a day, as has been said by Inger Anderson, a day for peace with nature, a day in which the world pays tribute to Mother Earth, and in the region, we are showing our commitment to the protection of the planet, the earth, the oceans, the air, the water, the forest, caring for the integrity of its natural system, its biodiversity, and with those who care for our life and our future, overcoming the anthropocentric vision and adopting a more ecocentric perspective where mankind is part of nature and not the dominator. The Escazú Agreement leads us to reflect about the close linkage between human rights and the construction of a more sustainable, inclusive, and integrated development. It offers us this agreement, an agreement that by entering to force today means that we all start treading a path to implement the 2030 agenda in a moment which is as complex as the one that the region and the world are living today. The Escazú Agreement is a guideline to build a different future, a future that changes our style of development, that will certainly bring us close to good living. And here I would like to bring the words of David Choquehuanca. He defines good living in the following way. He says, it is of finding life in community where all the members worry about everyone else. The most important thing is life in the broadest sense, not the individual, not the property. That's what it is. So today we must recognize, and this Day of the Earth, the scientific community has been warning us for several decades now of the impacts that the development model have. They are presenting problems and they can be reversible on the natural base that supports us. We are surpassing critical planetary thresholds, and climate change. Just a few minutes, I was celebrating a summit of climate change presided by Joe Biden and 40 leaders. So we see that our region, and particularly the Caribbean and Central America, and I'm so glad to see here Dennis Moncada and to see Chad Green as well with us, and so many other colleagues from the Caribbean and Central America, because they are the ones who perfectly well know the heavy burden of the growing natural disasters, hurricanes, and extreme meteorological events. Transparency, the pandemic has shown very crudely the structural problems and vulnerabilities of our region: inequality, poverty, precarious employment, informality, and growing environmental deterioration. So the crisis suffered by the region, a drop of 7.1% of GDP, will be the worst in its history and will imply a step back of 10 years in the income level per inhabitant and 14 years in terms of poverty. An aspect that seriously concerns us is that the environmental budgets have been sacrificed in many countries, and of course, in order to cater for the emergency, but we're also facing an environmental tragedy that needs attention. And it is true, 2020, the poor people amounted to 209 million, 22 more million persons than 2019, and extreme poverty, 78 million, 8 million more than 2019. And that is why then, how do we overcome these profound asymmetries? And no doubt the most vulnerable ones have been women. Women who have lost their jobs. 70 million women in the region have abandoned the labor market. And Elsie, you and I have said it and have proposed it, to see what has been suffered by the populations of African descent in our region. You have been a voice to bring up the problems of the peoples from African descent and, of course, the indigenous people. And I believe that the care of the earth, and today this is what brings us together, means that we are facing the possibility of guaranteeing the rights to all the peoples of our region. In ECLAC, we've considered the need first to connect the emergency with the transformative recovery and to approach the challenges of the planet. We need a green planet and a blue planet. Of course, the Caribbean knows that, but the world is in red alert. So today we need to build a better future. We need to recover politics as an instrument of change to generate public goods and long-lasting political agreements, agreements that will strengthen the participative democracy, not only consultative, but to safeguard human rights and to prevent social conflicts. And the only way of preventing social conflicts is when there is access to information, to justice, and to citizens' participation. And that's what's approached by the Escazú Agreement: access to information, to justice, citizens' participation, and environmental affairs. And the only way to prevent conflicts with informed prior consent, and when we have in front of us the profound task of transforming the modes of production and consumption, and that can only be attained with the broad participation of society and in line with the 2030 agenda. We need agreements that bring together the broadest and most diverse participation of social players, and we need to go together the path of sustainable development. Chile is about to debate a new constitution. We hope that this Escazú Agreement be incorporated in the principles of the new constitution in Chile. Because the truth, dear colleagues, we cannot continue to do the same and expect different results. The Escazú Agreement is a legal instrument of new generation whose ultimate goal is to guarantee to the present and future generations the right to a healthy environment. The Escazú Agreement fosters better informed, participative, and inclusive societies, as well as with shared responsibilities. It also shows us a path of cooperation, of collaborative work, of support to the most vulnerable sectors, leaving no one behind. And as the African proverb wisely says, walking alone, we could go faster, but if we work together, we can go further. The agreement is a palpable sample of multilateralism, of that commitment of a region for multilateralism, which is different, opening true spaces of dialogue to civil society. The Secretary General is requesting civil society to propose interesting aspects of how to go deeper into that dialogue within the UN. We have proposed something which is very innovative, I believe, and it is that the concept of the trusteeship council be turned into a council for society, for civil society. So I'd like here today, dear friends, I'd like to pay a very heartfelt, affectionate tribute to the 12 countries that made the Escazú Agreement possible. I would like to name them: Antigua and Barbuda, who are with us, Argentina, Bolivia, Ecuador, Guyana, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who, of course, was sending a very solitary greeting after the effects of the La Soufrière volcano eruption, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, and Uruguay, and the other 12 states that signed the agreement and are in the process of ratification. This is an agreement from the region for the region, negotiated by the governments hand in hand with representatives of the public and society. That is why it's so innovative, and we hope that promptly everyone is party to it. We cannot forget the persons and the organizations of the Escazú Agreement that they call themselves the public precisely for it to be much broader, and they will explain themselves what is this participation of the public about. They work relentlessly in a fluid dialogue. There was no monologues, just dialogue, and it flowed easily. It was propositive. With the delegation, I'd like to recognize the essential work of the elected representatives from the public, who with their energy, dedication, enthusiasm, great, invaluable contribution. Thank you, Andrea, Daniel, Andres, Natalia, Tomas, Carreta. In fact, the Escazú Agreement was the fruit of hard work, very hard. I said it. We started in the Earth Summit in 1992, where I had the honor of participating, and a great world partnership, new and equitable, was created with new levels of cooperation. Key sectors participate: indigenous people, religious groups, African descent, academia. There in 1992, the Rio Declaration was proclaimed with 27 principles. One of them, Principle 10, which the principle of access, which inspired this agreement. And it started with the quote that environmental issues are best handled with participation of all concerned citizens at the relevant level. 20 years later, 20 years later, now it looks like a tango, but it's true. It's 20 years later, after the UN conference 2012 in South Africa, the new declaration gave rise to the regional process of Principle 10, and that's the way it was called at the moment, the principle of access. And we reached Escazú, Costa Rica, to the beautiful place, Escazú. And in March 2018, March 4, 2018, 26 years later, I don't want to talk about my age, but 26 years later, in the town or city of Escazú, the Escazú Agreement was adopted after 6 years of work, open, transparent, and inclusive negotiation to reach a well-balanced agreement. Latin America and the Caribbean had the inspiration, the advice, the contributions and support of many persons. But here I'd like to pay tribute to Inger Anderson, Michelle Bachelet, and Olga Yayorova from the European Commission. Their institutions helped us so much in this process. They are an example, as well as many others. And that meeting in Escazú, we could already breathe the regional hope and pride. 24 countries signed the agreement and the ratification started. So the emphasis of the agreement in the creation and strengthening of capacity and cooperation contributes to facing common challenges and reinforce regional environmental governance. Latin America and the Caribbean are writing a new chapter in terms of strengthening of environmental democracy and sustainable development. Friends all, it's most likely that you have heard the story that I'm going to talk about, but I cannot but share it in this special occasion. In our solar system, between Mars and Jupiter, a dense amount of small, irregular shaped astronomical objects orbit, known by the scientists as the belt of asteroids. One of these asteroids, number 47162, was discovered at the end of 1999 from an Italian observatory. So in astronomy, the first one who discovers something has the right to give it a name. And for that reason, 300 million kilometers away from the sun, surrounding it every 1212 days, there is a small asteroid, a small star called Chico Mendes. For that reason, it's a simple and long-lasting tribute to one of our own, because Chico Mendes was a great defender of the Amazonia and the environment, and he was murdered because of it. Today, we remember his words. He said, "Initially, I thought I was struggling to fight the trees. Then I thought it was to save the Amazons. Now I can see that I'm truly fighting to save mankind." In his memory and the memory of so many who have paid with their life the commitment to protect our planet for the present and future generations, let us say, all of us loudly, Escazú now. It's time for action. So I end by thanking your generosity for giving us the role of being Secretary of the Agreement, congratulating each one of us for this very special day. And when you look at the sky, remember of Chico Mendes. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to the Executive Secretary for her kind words. The Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica, the Chairwoman of the Escazú Agreement, Epsi Campbell. I wish to cordially greet Alicia Bárcena, a friend for many years. We met nearly 30 years ago in the Earth Day conference. I wish to also greet the Secretary General Antonio Guterres that sends us a message. The presidents, ministers, representatives of the 12 member states of the Escazú Agreement, Mrs. Olga Algayerova, Executive Secretary of UNESI, Ms. Inger Anderson, the Executive Director of FINUMA, and the High Executive of Human Rights, Andrea Sangüesa, and Daniel Andrade, the select representatives of the audience, Carlos Vives, artists and activists, ladies and gentlemen, who are gathered with us today via streaming. For Costa Rica presidency of ECLAC and the agreement, together with the presiding officers, we wish to celebrate an international treatment that is a treaty that is so historical and that is acknowledged by the name of one of its cities, Escazú in Costa Rica. Today, 22 22nd of April is a glorious day for the inhabitants of Latin America and the Caribbean, as it is for the whole planet. What could be a better gift for Mother Earth on its day than offering our commitment, together with human rights, that tend to protect it, honor, and homage it. The access of the right to information, access to justice, public participation that was set in the Escazú Agreement wish to safeguard the invaluable resources of Earth that have been offered for thousands of years, that are highly threatened with the acts of human species, that has in a climate crisis with the loss of biodiversity and the pollution of oceans. It's a new paradigm that has been set in our relation with the environment. Pure air, fertile lands, citizens, all together, inhabitants living under welfare. It is as simple as that. It's what human beings require to make out of this a planet that is extraordinary, the only one up to the time being known capable of housing this life. As we have been responsible of the current state of our biosphere, the international treaty that today we celebrate provides us with a new opportunity as the protagonists, the main characters of our destination, to get back on track, on the right track, to safeguard our Mother Earth. The agreement has the minimum necessary tools to be able to safeguard natural resources and to be used appropriately, to demand on behalf of authorities the just use of information in environmental issues that can also have an impact in our lives, and to propose solutions based on nature for the attention of the health of our ecosystems. I wish to summon those who are gathered today, especially women, youth, men and women, girls and boys, the environmental defenders. From nowadays, you can use these tools to approach these local representatives, local, international, regional, and to request your space of significant participation to be a part of your own development, hand in hand with all the players of society, and to safeguard the best environmental quality. In Costa Rica, as one of the main signing countries, we are firm in supporting the Escazú Agreement, and we are summoning to use this on behalf of all the inhabitants in our country. Allow me to remember that our main constitutional court for more than 20 years has established that any instrument that has the nature, the proper nature to protect human rights, regardless of not have gone through the legislative errand, may be applicable in the country. Therefore, in Costa Rica, the Escazú Agreement and Principle 10 of the Declaration of Rio that inspires it are parameters of our jurisdictional system. They are lively. Latin America and the Caribbean must feel proud to have dealt with a negotiation process that is so inclusive and highly participative, that had a treaty with high legitimacy, democratic legitimacy, the openness, transparency, the goodwill exercised by the elected members on behalf of the public and the states in this negotiation set the basis for a successful result that is worthy to be emulated in other instances. It is for the same reason that I mentioned at the very beginning that nowadays we not only celebrate a gift for the region, but it's for the whole world. It sets an example, not only in the way it was built, with the effective participation of the civil society, and together with the House Agreement. They are the only international agreements that expressively guarantee these rights. As the presidency of ECLAC, Costa Rica is willing to collaborate with each one of the members or extra-regional ones for these rights to be attained universally. To have the scope it requires, each one of the inhabitants deserve this, and Mother Earth deserves for their children, their son, to exercise it. And this would be in favor of regeneration, preservation of the natural environment. Nowadays, we have to celebrate and be proud, and this is not the end at all. It's one more step in this pathway. We must keep on working to attain more ratifications, adhesions, to promote the agreement, and especially making the utmost effort of the practical implementation of the rights of access in environmental matters. We are going through the right track. Let's continue together to strengthen human rights, which is an essential basis of sustainable development and democratic governance. Many thanks. I truly appreciate it, and congratulations to the member states that are summoned here today.
Thank you so much for your words, Vice President. The Secretary General is also wanted to be with us. He has not been able to come presentially, but he has always given a message, and the Executive Secretary will have the honor. Thank you so much, and it will be an honor for me to read the message of the Secretary General, which I will now read. He sent it in English, so there it goes.
I'm delighted to join you in celebrating the entry into force of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, also known as the Escazú Agreement. This is an historic achievement for the region and for the world. In addition to being the most recent multilateral environmental agreement to have been negotiated and adopted under the auspices of the United Nations, the Escazú Agreement is also Latin America and the Caribbean first regional environmental treaty. And perhaps most notably, it is the first such treaty to include provisions for the protection and promotion of human rights, defenders in environmental matters. As we continue to tackle the shattering impacts of COVID-19 and set up efforts to curb the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity collapse, and pollution of the natural environment, Escazú Agreement's entry into force provides hope and inspiration, and sets the stage for sustainable and resilient recovery. By adopting a rights-based approach, fostering capacity building and cooperation, and focusing on the most vulnerable, this regional treaty is a major leap forward in forging transformative pathways for people in our planet. I commend the Latin American and Caribbean states and citizens that have ratified the treaty and urge all countries to join them as soon as possible. Congratulations to the countries of the region, to the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and to everyone that made this groundbreaking treaty a reality. Esto nos dice el secretario general, y al cerrar este mensaje...
This is what the Secretary General says, and when by closing his message, I would like to thank José Luis Samaniego, Carlos Miguel, Valeria Torres, David Barrio, Guillermo Acuña, Luis Yáñez, Bianco Arles, Guido Raúl García Butaca, Sally Shaw, and all the ECLAC teams. We have all been together in this great agreement and this great celebration. Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. In moments like this, it's not only an honor to work for ECLAC, but we're also very proud. Thank you for the acknowledgement of each one of the colleagues that have been present here today. So now we'll continue with the second part with the intervention of the member states of this important agreement. And we're going to start off with Guyana. We're going to hear a video, a message recorded on behalf of President Irfan Ali, the president of Guyana, the first country that ratified the Escazú Agreement.
Estamos esperando el video del presidente.
We are waiting a few minutes for the video of the president of Guyana to be showed on the screen.
Un segundito.
1 second, please.
No falta el audio. Tenemos la imagen.
We have the image, but there's no audio coming through.
Ahora sí.
Ms. Alicia Barcina, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean. Her Excellency, Ms. F.C. Campbell, Vice President of Costa Rica, Chair of the Presiding Officers of the Escazú Agreement. Ms. Inga Anderson, Executive Director, United Nations Environmental Program. Ms. Michelle Bachelet, United Nations High Commission for Human Rights. Ms. Olga Algayerova, Executive Secretary, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to join you today as we celebrate the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement. The coming into effect of this agreement represents a significant milestone, one which coincides fittingly with the commemoration of International Mother Earth Day 2021. The Caribbean and Latin America should feel a sense of collective pride on account of its continued sterling environmental leadership, as exemplified by this agreement. Guyana became the first state party to ratify the Escazú Agreement on April 9, 2019. Guyana, as a signatory to the agreement, hereby endorses the right of access to environmental information. It welcomes public participation in the environmental decision-making process. It supports access to justice in environmental matters and commits to working to ensure the right of every person to live in a healthy environment. The Escazú Agreement is aligned to our constitutional obligations. Our Constitution proclaims that everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to his or her well-being. We subscribe to the belief that public access to information and citizens' participation in environmental decision-making are vital elements of sound environmental stewardship. Rights and inclusion, cornerstones of democratic societies, are the heart of the Escazú Agreement. The agreement responds to the important affirmation of heads of states and government at Rio +20. That access rights contribute to the strengthening of democracy, good governance, and human rights. Reinforcing democracy, transparency, accountability, and effective, inclusive, and responsive institutions and policies is crucial. Access to information and broad-based involvement in environmental decision-making play a vital role in the sustainable development equation. The agreement's provisions for judicial and administrative proceedings include remedy and redress. This, we believe, is necessary for the strengthening of an inclusive and transparent approach that we are fostering on environmental matters. We must also strive to uphold our obligation to protect the rights of environmental defenders who continue to put their lives at risk to safeguard the environment. The protection of the environment is mainstream in Guyana's low-carbon development strategy. The strategy is premised on the REDD+ mechanism. In the ongoing implementation of this strategy, we are committed to continuous multi-stakeholder consultations undertaken in an institutionalized, systematic, and transparent manner to ensure full and effective participation of indigenous peoples and other forest-dependent communities through free, prior, and informed consent. Further, we are working towards the enhancement of transparency and access to extractive industry information, as required under Guyana's Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, EITI, obligations. Excellencies, the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the critical importance of access to and the dissemination of accurate information. In the early days of the pandemic, we witnessed how misinformation and disinformation impeded efforts to provide scientific guidance. One of the major lessons learned was the importance of making information widely available. A better post-COVID-19 recovery must be predicated on access to reliable information. This is crucial, not only in relation to the pandemic, but also concerning threats to the environment. In this regard, the climate crisis represents an existential threat to humanity. Climate change, characterized by extreme weather events, rising sea levels, landslides, floods, drought, and biodiversity loss, are inflicting losses on our economies and our people's livelihoods. The ravages of natural disasters are not confined to any one state, but span the entire Caribbean. The regional hurricane season is fast approaching. Natural hazards can strike at any time, as a recent eruption of the La Soufrière volcano in St. Vincent and the Grenadines has demonstrated. Natural disasters threaten the very survival of small island developing and low-lying coastal states. I therefore reiterate the need for us to act collectively for the protection of our peoples and their environment. Our twin celebration of the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement on International Mother Day should engender a greater sense of urgency to work collectively to safeguard our peoples and the planet. Excellencies, I therefore take this opportunity to encourage the ratification of the Escazú Agreement by all countries as a step towards guaranteeing a healthy environment for future generations through full participatory process. I thank you.
Ese fue el saludo que nos envía el presidente
That
de
was the
Guyana.
greeting sent to us by the President of Guyana. We will now open up a list of speakers of the member countries of this agreement: Antigua, Barbuda, Bolivia, Ecuador, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Argentina, and Uruguay. Our idea is that interventions in this commemoration, this celebration, should not go beyond the 5 minutes, so that we can have time to cover everything in the very tight schedule.
Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Immigration of Antigua and Barbuda. Excellence, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, delegates, members of the public. I'm indeed honored today to represent Antigua and Barbuda at this ministerial dialogue on the occasion of the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement. There cannot be a better way to celebrate Mother Earth Day than bringing to life the Escazú Agreement. United Nations General Assembly designated 22nd April as International Mother Earth Day to raise global public awareness of the challenges to the well-being of the planet and all of life that it supports. Today, with Mother Earth clearly urging a call to action, we as a region are leading by example. This is particularly relevant in our current context. Our countries are facing unprecedented challenges that are undermining our development, our prosperity and well-being. To the dreadful consequences of the pandemic, which is shaking the very foundations of our economies and societies, we must add the climate and biodiversity crises. Sea level rise, ocean acidification, hurricanes, floods, droughts, and even volcanic eruptions, such as that which is now severely affecting our sister island, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, are some of the existential threats menacing our path to sustainable development. These challenges must be met by multilateralism, solidarity, and bold collective action, all of which lie at the heart of this signal Escazú Agreement. Through access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters, this agreement puts people, equality, and sustainability at the core, at the very epicenter, while offering a framework to build our capacities and work collaboratively for common purpose. This Escazú Agreement also facilitates the engagement of all sectors of society, notably those in vulnerable situations, materializing and giving life to the 2030 Agenda's ultimate aim of leaving no one behind. Antigua and Barbuda therefore takes great pride in this region's first environmental treaty and welcomes its entry into force. As its first signatory and one of the first parties, my country renews today our strong commitment to the principles and tenets of this agreement. Convinced by the importance of multilateralism for sustainable development, my government was also pleased to host the second meeting of the signatory countries in December of 2020, where significant progress was made to advance the pending matters to COP21. As we begin this collective journey towards the full implementation of the Escazú Agreement, allow me to congratulate all of the state parties, thank ECLAC for its continued support, and wish us all happy celebrations today. Again, Antigua and Barbuda proudly identifies with today's coming to force of the Escazú Agreement. If it pleases you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir, for your intervention. A continuación, Bolivia, en la persona de
Bolivia is next. Erwin Freddy Manami Mataka, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. The floor is yours. Many thanks, beloved brothers and sisters. 22nd April on International Mother Earth Day. We celebrate the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement that involves the access to information, citizenship participation, and mainly the access to justice in environmental issues. And hopefully, soon more countries add to ratify this important instrument for Latin America and the Caribbean. Beloved brothers and sisters, from the year 2006, our country promoted in different scenarios, international scenarios, the rights of the Simbos, the indigenous peoples, and the most vulnerable peoples as the rights of Mother Earth. In June 2009, together with other countries, we approved in the General Assembly of the United Nations the resolution that acknowledges on 22nd April the International Mother Earth Day, giving in this way an essential twist under which the planet Earth was considered an object and was then a subject to rights. We wish to live as an alternative to capitalism, which looks at our own vision to reach integral development and the paradigm of living well, the respect of Pachamama, Mother Earth, which is a sacred being that is based on the cultures, thousands of years of the indigenous peoples. In 2010, we also enacted the law of the Mother Earth rights as a public interest. And throughout the enactment of Mother Earth, we also incorporated the vision and the development in balance with Mother Earth, the economic vision of our country. In the same way, we also created the agro-environmental jurisdiction throughout the agro-environmental jurisdiction to also safeguard the rights of Mother Earth, to consolidate the advocacy and protection of life systems in this framework of living well. We are promoting the act of Mother Earth and ecocide and Mother Earth. Brothers and sisters, in many places of the world, there's an anthropocentric perspective under which Mother Earth is at the service of human beings, and it's not more than merchandise to be used in benefit of human beings, setting biodiversity, the functions of the life systems, and all beings at the service of the interests of just very few. This vision, which is none other than the green economy and green capitalism, is leading to the destruction of our planets because green businesses have a disruption between co-living with Mother Earth and the multiple crises that we are facing at an environmental, climate, water, energy, and sanitary level cannot be overcome in the anthropocentric paradigm. The COVID-19 crisis is pointing out that human beings are walking in the wrong lane. Therefore, Bolivia proposes to build an economy based on Mother Earth in the focus and vision and balance of human beings and nature with all the beings that inhabit this planet. Beloved brothers and sisters, in 2019, Bolivia ratified the Escazú Agreement because we are truly convinced that this is an instrument that will allow our country to continue consolidating, living appropriately and in balance with Mother Earth, with the participation of organized civil society, the indigenous peoples, population, general population of our country. Therefore, it's important for the Latin America and the Caribbean countries to have scientific information that is enough for the decision-making process. Therefore, it's necessary to propel mechanisms that are to work in environmental issues, in fires, for instance, and they have direct relation with the health of people. Saying so, the management of information must be strictly shared in environmental issues that are faced in Mother Earth. We summon each one of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to continue thriving with efforts and build a world where we respect human rights, defending the rights of Mother Earth, and to finally announce that today, celebrating the International Mother Earth Day, we are participating with each one of the authorities, the diplomats, international organizations, to continue promoting balance between human beings and Mother Earth, facing the climate environmental crisis that affects each one of us. Many thanks, brothers and sisters.
Thank you so much, Vice Minister. Everybody has said it is a historical moment, and historical moments, we must leave record of them. So we would like to ask you to please turn your cameras on while we are hearing the interventions, so as to leave record of those who were present here as well. You have been present for many years, of course, but today you are present at this celebration. So with that request, I will now give the floor to the delegation from Ecuador. The Foreign Minister, Manuel Antonio Mejia, had to excuse himself for last-minute reasons, but we have Veronica Aguilar, and the Secretary of Multilateral Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ecuador. Ms. Aguilar, you have the floor. Thank you so much, Mrs. Elisa Barson, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mrs. Michelle Bachelet, High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights, Mrs. Inger Anderson, Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program, Mrs. Olga Algayerova, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, Mr. Rodolfo Solano, Foreign Minister of Costa Rica and President of the Presiding Officers of Escazú Agreement, ministers, delegates, special guests, and representatives of civil society. It is an honor for me to address you in representation of the government of Ecuador on this historic day, where we celebrate the entry into force of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Access to Justice and Environmental Affairs in Latin America and the Caribbean, known by all of us as the Escazú Agreement. Ecuador has been committed to this important international instrument from the very start in the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, during its process of negotiation, and at the time of its adoption, May 21, 2020, Ecuador became the 9th country to ratify the agreement. Ecuador has a solid legal framework of rights and guarantees, which largely coincide with the commitments and objectives of the Escazú Agreement, such as the constitutional recognition of the rights of nature, organic code of the environment that consecrates the right of access to information, participation of justice, and environmental terms. On the other hand, since December 2019, a interinstitutional panel was created to build a comprehensive policy for the preservation defense of the human rights and environment defenders. We have instruments aligned with the systems such as standardized system of citizens contact, the single system for environmental information, where we have the information system for biodiversity, national forestry evaluation, as well as others. Since 2018, also Ecuador forms part of the Alliance for Open Governments that aims to guarantee that governments promote transparency, participation, cooperation, free access to public information, and the use of new technologies. And based on that, it counts with the first Open Government Action Plan from Ecuador, which allows us to advance in the commitment of the implementation of the rights of participation and access to environmental information. Precisely based on the recognition of the important role of civil society and counting with the support and participation of these organizations, academia, and international cooperation, we had a program called All the Eyes on the Amazon, which is aimed to see the impact of the Escazú Agreement in Ecuador even before the entry into force. Some judges in Ecuador had already implemented some of the rulings, environmental cases, and also certain principles and provisions of this agreement. We created the legal program of training in environmental law with the aim of contributing to the strengthening of institutional capacity in the judiciary and adopting decisions based on the environment. We know that we still have challenges ahead, such as the definition of a catalog of sensitive catalog, including diverse statistics and environmental national reports that would lead to better decisions and with better connection to the citizenship, and also using international standards on information. We consider it fundamental that the enforcement of the Escazú Agreement should incorporate gender perspective and consider the situation of vulnerable persons, integrating the focus of human rights, including those that permit the advancement of women, and those who provide special protection to indigenous peoples, amongst others, enable an effective implementation of protected rights in the Escazú Agreement. To these challenges, we add the national, regional, international crisis of COVID-19, which seriously affects the national efforts to advance in this matter, particularly in Ecuador. So it is essential to count with renewed multilateralism and strengthened international cooperation. So we invite the rest of the countries of the region to join into this historic agreement and the international community to continue its implementation, and to follow the example of the countries who have joined this agreement, which we today consider as the best environmental regional agreement. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to the Undersecretariat. And now the floor is for the Mexican delegate, Marta Delgado Peralta, the Undersecretariat for Multilateral Affairs and Human Affairs for the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Mexico. Many thanks, beloved Alicia Bárcena, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, distinguished authorities that represent the member states of the Escazú Agreement, distinguished personalities present today in this event, beloved friends that are with us today throughout the different digital networks. For us, it's a pleasure to be able to celebrate this historic milestone for our planet, that it represents for our region, and for those that with great conviction and the co-responsibility are protecting the stability of the planet and also materializing and making this Escazú Agreement come true. It's an important commitment on behalf of each one of the countries, together with environmental democracy and environmental justice, and it sets into manifest the great brotherhood at the Latin American level. Throughout the years, in being able to create this agreement, we have understood in a better way the environmental challenges. They must not be dealt exclusively through political actions. We need to involve society. We also need to guarantee alongside that this involvement does not set at stake the activists and does not breach their universal rights. Starting as of today, Latin America begins an important transformation. It seeks to be able to give back to the environment a small piece of what it is providing us with, to coexist with our ways of life. And this is done with setting environmental justice at the forefront, which are not always the collective ones. And it also sets the prioritization of the Latin American activists. And I wish to highlight the indigenous peoples, the youth groups, and the elderly. I am very proud to say that in Mexico, from the day that we presented our ratification before the United Nations on this agreement, we have been working strongly to have a clear roadmap that is to guide us in the implementation of this agreement. This document that we have nowadays is an agreement of 12 secretariats on behalf of the Mexican government and 12 institutes that are decentralized, and this has resulted in a tool for the internal identification of our strengths and what we require to be able to comply with our responsibility and those fields that need to be worked furthermore in. And we're going to strengthen the institutions that belong to all the areas, all the fields of the government, and to be able to be incorporated to work in the effective implementation of the Escazú Agreement in Mexico. Honoring the spirit of this agreement, soon we will also involve in the different talks at work, the civil society, the academic sector, the private sector, and part of universities and higher education, scientific organizations. I wish to briefly present what this Mexican project has. Firstly, the translation of the agreement to 5 languages, indigenous languages, Nahuatl, Maya, the Peninsular Mayan, Zapotec, Quemixo, Nijete, and one other. We're also going to broadcast throughout TV with the support of the National Institute of the Indigenous Peoples of Mexico. We will also provide access to information on behalf of different secretaries of Mexico, their daily tasks, and strengthening their environmental tasks. We're also going to develop an improvement plan to look at citizens with the needs on behalf of the participation. It will also have the strategies to strengthen the public servants and also a methodology to monitor and to assess each one of the goals that we are setting in place. We also have a regulatory basis, which is very fruitful in Mexico, and the construction of the agreement has to foresee the reinforcement of the judicial framework. We're going to reinforce it. We're going to explore mechanisms that allow us to have a system of access to justice that is even more transparent, dynamic, and that is to protect each one of the advocates, the defenders of the environment that we have detected is a very important and sensitive issue. We want our actions to speak for themselves, to acknowledge the similitude between the Escazú Agreement and the core values that characterize the government of Mexico. And these values strengthen the commitment of the country with democracy and to comply with human rights and also sustainable development. We hope, therefore, that you are to consider as of Mexico an unconditional ally to strengthen the scope of this instrument. We are highly enthusiastic with the entry into force in the region of the Escazú Agreement. With great pleasure, we will also participate in any initiative to be able to share our experiences, to learn from other countries, and to build together in a collective way the compliance of the agreement. We are truly satisfied with this joint field of work. We also congratulate the leadership of ECLAC. Dear Alicia, this is possible due to the existence of this institution, and we all believe in multilateralism that is efficiently responding to this great need of justice, environmental justice, of social participation and access to environmental information. Many thanks to each one of you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Undersecretary Delgado. We will now listen to Nicaragua, the person of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Denise Rolando Moncada. Minister. Thank you very much, Luis. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to congratulate you on this special date and this very special moment, and our gratitude to everyone who has contributed with having this agreement come to fruition, which is so important for all of us. Your Excellency, Mrs. Epsi Campbell, Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica and Chair of the presiding officers of the Escazú Agreement, Your Excellency, Mrs. Elisa Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, of Environment, and high authorities of the states part of the Escazú Agreement, ladies and gentlemen representing international organizations, NGO, communities of arts, we would like to transmit a brotherly greeting with a desire for well-being, health, and peace from Commander Daniel Ortega Saavedra, President and Vice President Rosario Murillo. Greetings to all the peoples, governments, and agencies here represented. The Government of National Reconciliation and Unity reaffirms on this important forum its support to the actions to defend nature, especially today that we're celebrating the International Day of Mother Earth, being a great coincidence with the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement. Nicaragua was the country number 7 in ratifying this important agreement, which we subscribed since September 27, 1917, in the UN within the UN in New York. The Nicaraguan government made the decision of forming part of this agreement, given the important coincidences it presents with the public policies and principles developed and implemented since 2007. In Nicaragua, we have a broad-ranging environmental law, which includes the single windows for environmental information as a complementary part of the National Environmental Information System called SINIA. The state institutions that are relevant, such as the Attorney General, count with specialized areas to cater for the environmental issues. The country also complies with the enforcement of prior consent, free and well-informed consent of the indigenous people according to Agreement 169 of the ILO. We have advanced significantly in the creation and implementation of technological environmental information platforms with the broad use of media and the social media for the dissemination and communication of information of environmental relevance. Madam Chair, Nicaragua has always shown its high commitment to the defense and protection of the environment, Mother Earth, and mankind. We will continue to help the fund to have the people, the poor people in the world, to have the funds to implement the measures for mitigation of the problems of climate change. Nicaragua will continue to foster the creation of a mechanism of redress for the losses and damage caused by the ever more frequent and more intense impact of climate change. Reiterate the call to an international green partnership so that collectively and as fast as possible we can obtain an equitable and ecological transformation, transforming the risk of the worst consequences of global warming into climate prosperity. Given the reality that is now unquestionable of the growing losses and damages, Nicaragua will present 3 central proposals in the COP26 Summit on Climate Change in Glasgow, Scotland, the UK in November 2021. One is to declare Central America and the Caribbean as a highly vulnerable area to climate change. 2, to raise the losses and harm at the same level as mitigation adaptation in the United Nations Convention for Climate Change, enabling funding from financial system, including the Green Climate Fund. 3rd, climate justice with redress, a fund so that those who caused climate change may compensate those of us who suffer the consequences without having contributed to its causes. Public policies of the government of reconciliation and national unity will continue to be consistent to the objectives of the Escazú Agreement, guaranteeing the full and effective implementation of the rights of access to environmental information, public participation in the decision-making process in environmental affairs, and access to justice in environmental issues, as well as the creation and strengthening of capacities and cooperation, contributing to the protection of the right of every person in the present and future generations to live in a healthy environment with sustainable development. It is necessary to count with a means to implement and finance the agreement. It must be applied according to the national legal framework as well as the institutional constitutional framework of each one of our countries. Given the challenges that we must face because of the pandemic, we must continue to build spaces for unity, respect, and joint work to strengthen our cooperation and the necessary coordinated response. That's the spirit that makes it possible for our country, Nicaragua, today, and reaffirm its commitment and the compliance with the provisions of the Escazú Agreement under the principle of common responsibilities, but differentiated and with the respective capacities. We end, Madam Chair, greeting each one of you, and particularly a brotherly hug to our brothers from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the government, and the people because of the natural phenomena that they're facing today. Thank you so much, friends all, and I wish you success and congratulations.
A Panamá.
Thanks. Now it's the turn of Panama. The Vice Chancellor Visa Carrizo. Many thanks. Good morning to everyone. Your Excellency Vice Campbell, the President of the Escazú presiding officers, Alicia Bárcena, Executive Director of ECLAC. Allow me to begin expressing the recognition on behalf of Panama, the celebration of the entry into force on access to information, public participation, and the access to justice in environmental issues in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's an honor to address each one of you in this opportunity to ensure the full availability of our country to work jointly in collaboration to strengthen this dialogue and for regional cooperation. We commemorate 51 years from Mother Earth's Day. It's time to prove solidarity, to take measures, to send a clear and concise message to worldwide leaders to set a brake on climate change and the loss of biodiversity, and to guarantee the protection of the environment is to be an essential ground to build this in a better way. The impact of coronavirus has had many issues, and it will complicate what occurs in Latin America and the Caribbean in the upcoming years. The main challenges have to do with the speed of economic reactivation while we adapt to this pandemic. This includes a complex fiscal scenario for 2021 and restructuring the public finances. We have to innovate together so the economic recovery post-pandemic in the region is to be transformative, inclusive, sustainable, resilient as fundamental access of the environment. We acknowledge that the Escazú Agreement is the first multilateral agreement that has a binding protection character to protect public information, justice, and such important factors as the use of natural resources, the biodiversity, the struggle against climate change. For Panama, it's key to make progress on human rights, to promote gender equality and empowering girls and women, and to attain vulnerable groups in sustainable development, in specific children, youth, those that are disabled, people living with HIV, the elderly, the indigenous peoples, the refugees, and those that are migrants, among others. In terms of deploying the 2030 agenda, we need to comply with the action of Addis Ababa, and we need to make progress in discussing the environmental agenda. Panama has also looked at the Paris Agreement. It is a signatory state, and it's a relevant player in forming part of the coalition of countries with high forestry coverage and low rate of deforestation. In January 2020, we sent the ratification instrument of the Escazú Agreement. Environmental management is a valuable tool that allows us to broaden furthermore the citizenship participation and have further access to environmental information. Panama, despite being a highly vulnerable country, acknowledges that the struggle to mitigate climate change and the struggle is a common responsibility, but with differences. So based on our national capacity, the country wishes to mitigate climate change and actively work on each one of these fields that I will detail. As a result of our of our report, we have a series of greenhouse effect gases reports from the year 1994 to the year 2017. We can look at the highlighted role that our forests play for climate change, where the forestry sector has the capacity of absorbing the emissions of our other productive sectors and allows us to identify ourselves as one of the few countries that are carbon negative. To maintain this capacity to be carbon negative, Panama has implemented the national program of reforestation. So we wish to have in the next 5 years more than 50,000 hectares with clear preservation of basins and water production at a national level, together with partners and strategic allies. We also have the national program, Reduce Your Footprint. It's to manage at an organizational municipal level projects and products in the Republic of Panama. This program establishes a standardized process to be able to identify, calculate, report, and to verify the carbon footprint and the water footprint, and it seeks to set Panama towards corporations, municipalities, and products that are carbon neutral, that are resilient towards year 2050. In line with the carbon neutrality, the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement, our main talent is to keep ourselves up to the year 2050 as a carbon neutral country. Panama provides a service to the world by decreasing the maritime shipment times, by avoiding the tonnage of greenhouse effect gases throughout the Panama Channel as a green route for international maritime trade. We finally acknowledge that we cannot face climate change without guaranteeing the respect for human rights of those groups that are in vulnerable situations, as the indigenous peoples, the groups of agriculture, the disabled, girls, boys, among others, the farmers. And we wish to highlight the commitment of the Escazú Agreement with the intrinsic level of participation and justice in environmental issues for the effective entry into force together with climate change. It's time to reunite ourselves, to gather forces, to leverage transformation that will allow us to help us as Latin Americans to make front to the social economic situation, to propel productivity, to strengthen the institutions, and to have higher levels of inclusion and environmental sustainability. Many thanks.
Vicecanciller de Panamá.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. We should now listen to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We all know the situation of the eruption of the volcano, yet during the meeting some 30 minutes ago, we received an audio from St. Vincent and the Grenadines from the office of the Deputy General, Ms. Janice, advisor of the prosecutor, and we will now listen with the feeling of being with you in this situation.
Secretary of ECLAC, Alicia Barcena, Honorable Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Honorable Epsi Campbell, Vice President of Costa Rica, Ministers, Excellencies, delegates, members of the public. As the designated focal point of the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the Escazú Agreement, I am honored to join you today. As you may be aware, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been experiencing a series of volcanic eruptions since April 9th, forcing the evacuation of large sectors of our population and causing tremendous damage to our country. The government has since deployed all of its means and resources at its disposal to safeguard lives and respond in an effective and timely manner to this emergency. I take the opportunity to thank all of the expressions of solidarity received and support mobilized across the region. Given this emergency, our authorities are unable to take part in this ministerial dialogue. However, St. Vincent and the Grenadines could not be absent from this important milestone. The volcanic eruptions in St. Vincent remind us all of our vulnerability as societies and of the need of coming together to become more resilient and tackling pressing environmental challenges. This includes preventing, responding, and recovering better from disasters. The Escazú Agreement will undoubtedly contribute to that end. I thank you for the opportunity. Happy Earth Day and entry into force celebrations to all.
De esa manera se suma a nosotros a
So
esta.
in this way, we now have, together with us in this celebration, the delegation of St. Vincent.
To Mr. Eric Evelyn, Minister of Environment and Cooperatives of St. Kitts and Nevis. Minister, the floor is yours. Minister, you are mute.
Thank you very much. Madam Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Alicia Barsina, Honorable Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Honorable Epsi Campbell, Vice President of Costa Rica, fellow ministers, excellencies, delegates, members of the public. I bring you greetings from the beautiful islands of St. Kitts and Nevis on the occasion of this ministerial high-level dialogue to mark the entry into force of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, the Escazú Agreement. Today, April 22nd, is a day to celebrate. Celebrate our environment, our ecosystems, and life on Earth, which are the basis of our well-being and prosperity, but also to recognize our collective aspirations and achievements. The Escazú Agreement's entry into force could not come at a timelier moment. The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is committed to ensuring that civil society is fully engaged and participates in environmental action in our Twin Island state. To demonstrate our firm commitment, we signed and ratified the Escazú Agreement on the 27th of September 2018. We have waited a long time for it to enter into force, and we are elated to see that this day has finally come. Excellencies, COVID-19 is by far and large the greatest challenge our countries have had to face in recent years. The pandemic has severely affected our societies and economies and further exposed our vulnerabilities. In the case of the Caribbean states, the situation is even more acute given our difficulties in the economic front, characterized by the loss of tourism revenue, high indebtedness, and narrow fiscal space. The pandemic has also not prevented the climate and biodiversity crises from aggravating. As the United Nations Secretary General has alerted, we are still far from the Paris Agreement's 1.5-degree objective. Temperatures and extreme weather events are on the rise, and we are experiencing the depletion of our ecosystems. The case of St. Kitts and Nevis is no different, with the added challenges of being a small island developing state in the front line of climate change and highly dependent on the environment for the survival. Phenomena such as coral bleaching, floods, droughts, rising sea levels, and land erosion are affecting us most. We must recall that the healthier our ecosystems are, the healthier the planet and our people are. Environmental degradation must come to an end, but we will only succeed if everyone plays his or her role. This is precisely what the Escazú Agreement places at its core: the engagement and empowerment of people and societies for a healthier planet. Amid the challenging context, the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement offers a glimmer of hope. The agreement assists us in managing our environment more sustainably for present and future generations. It provides opportunity for everyone to participate in the decision-making process on environmental matters. It promotes transparency stakeholder engagement, and accountability. It will also build our capabilities and increase regional cooperation. The Escazú Agreement will also boost our efforts to reach the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda, implement other ministerial environmental agreements, and respond to the United Nations Secretary General's urge to make peace with nature. St. Kitts and Nevis has long considered environmental and climate issues top priorities and has taken bold actions to preserve our natural capital and resources. The country has also actively contributed towards the forging of the Escazú Agreement and is already implementing its principles and ideals. Recent examples include the stakeholder consultations the Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives is hosting on banning single-use plastics, as well as public education and awareness campaigns on forest preservation, sustainable consumption, and environmentally friendly solutions. My government is particularly pleased to join other nations in celebrating Mother Earth Day and the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement. St. Kitts and Nevis reaffirms its commitment to the agreement as we set out to make its provisions a reality for all. As I close, I take this opportunity to say that we in St. Kitts and Nevis continue to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We remain in our thoughts and our prayers, and we recommit to assisting in whatever way we possibly can. Happy Earth Day to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I would like to give the floor to St. Lucia, Ms. Anita Montuti, Permanent Secretary of Department of Sustainable Development of St. Lucia. Madam Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. And protocol has been established, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings for a marvelous International Day to you all from the government and the people of St. Lucia, and in particular, the Department of Sustainable Development, within which I serve as the Permanent Secretary. Congratulations on the official realization of the agreement's entry into force. As we celebrate, we recognize the challenges being faced by our region in the wake of COVID-19, and closer to home in St. Vincent and the Grenadines with the eruption of the La Sofia volcano. We continue to offer prayers for divine intervention and guidance. Firstly, let me say how thrilled St. Lucia is to have been part of this very fulfilling journey. From the time we joined the celebration in Argentina, St. Lucia resolved to give its best to ensure that its legacy of giving priority to sustainability and environmental issues was continued. And so, as a state level, our input in the 9th round in negotiation, which manifested in the documents we are proud to call our own, was critical. And now, as it enters into force, the work begins. The carefully constructed text of the agreement is very specific on what we must put in place at the national level to ensure full realization of the underlying principles, effective implementation, and compliance. And so we have begun very strategically putting in place the framework to allow this. We look forward to working closely with the secretariats and the agreement bodies to assist in the management and monitoring of this continuing process, the virtual, universally accessible clearinghouse of rich information, tools, and resources to educate and inspire our people to do better. A fair and transparent voluntary fund will help ease the lack burden which small islands like ours constantly face. We intend to review our legislation, regulation, and policies to find the best way forward for our people. There is a lot to be done, and we look forward keenly to our friends and neighbors to keep the partnership and cooperation alive. But we can only achieve success through concerted multilateralism. We wish to thank ECLAC for its great leadership, and we look forward to continued guidance as we navigate the waters of implementation and compliance. We thank all of you here today, fellow panelists, and our national, regional, and international audience, especially the youth. We must do this better, but we must also do it together. As the UN Secretariat General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres said in his speech today, to mark International Earth Day, recovering from COVID-19 is a chance for us to set our world on a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable path. Nature is giving us all a sign that it needs to be rescued. Never before has the call for action been so loud, and so we must not ignore it. The St. Lucia government and people therefore stands ready to abide by the Escazú underlying principles of transparency, accountability, equality, and non-discrimination as we strive to provide access rights to a healthy environment for all persons living, no one behind, adopting, overcoming, and persevering, for we are all a resilient nation. Happy Mother Earth Day. Congratulations on the entry into force of the Escazú. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for your intervention. A continuación, nos ha enviado el Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Comercio Internacional y Culto de la Argentina un video, un mensaje grabado con esta ocasión.
Estimada y querida Secretaria General de la CEPAL, Alicia Bárcena. Estimadas autoridades de los Estados partes y de los Estados signatarios del Acuerdo de Escazú. Hoy, 22 de abril, Día Internacional de la Madre Tierra, celebramos la entrada en vigor del Acuerdo de Escazú. A partir de esta fecha, nuestra región comienza a construir un piso mínimo necesario para el ejercicio pleno de los derechos de acceso a la información, a la participación pública y al acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales. Se trata de una meta de largo aliento. El origen del acuerdo se remonta a la Conferencia de Río sobre Medio Ambiente y el Desarrollo en 1992, en cuya declaración se consagra el derecho de acceso a la información en materia ambiental y se establece que el mejor modo de tratar las cuestiones ambientales es con la participación de todos los ciudadanos interesados e involucrados. Hoy también entra en efecto la primera disposición vinculante a nivel mundial, que busca garantizar para los defensores de los derechos humanos en asuntos ambientales, a través de un compromiso de los Estados partes, de disponer las medidas necesarias para que puedan actuar sin amenazas, sin restricciones y sin intimidaciones. Para la Argentina en particular, el Acuerdo de Escazú es una pieza clave para garantizar el derecho de todos los habitantes a gozar de un ambiente sano, equilibrado y apto para el desarrollo humano, consagrado así en nuestra Constitución Nacional. Esto a su vez se condice con el compromiso de nuestro gobierno con el respeto de los derechos humanos y también con el logro de una recuperación post-pandemia que sea inclusiva y sostenible y que no deje a nadie afuera. Es importante destacar el amplio apoyo de todo el arco político argentino al Acuerdo de Escazú. Escazú fue votado en forma casi unánime por ambas cámaras del Congreso de la Nación, que llevó a la sanción de la Ley de Aprobación Legislativa del Acuerdo el pasado 19 de octubre del 2020. Como promotores activos de la negociación del acuerdo, a nosotros nos alegra particularmente haber concretado nuestra ratificación y su depósito el 22 de enero pasado junto a México, propiciando así la entrada en vigor del acuerdo. Quiero terminar agradeciendo a los representantes de todos los estados partes.
I wish to thank the representatives of all the member states that have contributed, and I sum up to the invitation so the rest of the countries can ratify this very soon so they can have the largest coverage possible. My acknowledgement is provided to ECLAC, the technical secretariat of the agreement. It has been unforeseen. It has been essential for us to be gathered today with the satisfaction of the goal reached and with the commitment, the renewed commitment of being able to implement this agreement and the sustainable development. Many thanks to each one of you.
We have also received a greeting of commemoration by Adrián Peña, Minister of the Environment of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay, that we will now listen. Madam Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica, EPSI Campbell, Madam Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America, CEPAL, Alicia Bárcena, representatives of the states parties to the Escazú Agreement, selected representatives of the public, high officials of the UN, and personalities who are with us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to address these words representing the government and the people of Uruguay this very special day of the earth and special region because of the entry into force of this exceptional opportunity to show the transcendence of the right of access to environmental information, public participation, decision-making, and justice in environmental terms, so as to guarantee the right to a healthy environment and sustainable for the present and future generations. Uruguay has maintained its commitment to the rights of access, not only for the development of national legislation, but also being one of the 10 states that in the UN conference known as Rio +20, held in 2012, expressed the political will to work together to complete the application in the region of Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration on the Environment and Development in 1992. To that end, Uruguay actually participated in the process, having Montevideo been the venue of the third meeting of the Negotiations Committee in April 2016. Having the distinction and responsibility of presiding the legal committee for the revision of the text and finally became the regional instrument, and being one of the first countries in ratifying the agreement through the law 19,773 of July 17. Allow us to recognize the joint leadership of Costa Rica and Chile, the indispensable support of ECLAC, and the permanent participation of civil society, which permitted that a long process of negotiation led today to the Escazú Agreement. That encompasses the experiences and realities of the region and provides opportunities of cooperation to face the challenges of environmental protection and new period with great uncertainties, but always open to innovation. To that end, we can continue to count with our country that in as much as possible will be available to contribute to future implementation and enforcement of the agreement after the first conference of the parties next year, the same year in which we celebrate the 50 years of the Stockholm Conference on Human Environment. It will be necessary then to redouble the effort so that more and more countries in Latin America and the Caribbean ratify and become parties to our Council. We hope that then the reality and the words may meet, as happens personally in this case. It was contemplated this participation were live, but this said that while you're looking at this video, I am a center for public vaccination close to the site where I live in the inner part of the country, to have access to the dose of the vaccine that will immunize us to the effects of this virus and this pandemic that is such a global scourge. This pandemic has shown the importance of the protection of the environment, the importance of having an informed and participative and solidary public without the state renouncing to its duty of providing justice to society. We hope that we leave the situation with the same dose of politics and reality that will make environmental democracy a reality in our region. Thank you very much.
In this way, we have had the privilege and the honor to hear from both member states the Escazú Agreement, with which we set into force this important instrument. We will now open a space to other voices that have accompanied this process for many years, and those who we owe the success of this process to. In first place, I wish to give the floor to Inger Anderson, the Executive Director of the UNEP. We wish to thank the UNEP in this whole process, together with ECLAC, and all of the contribution and support made throughout these long years, and hopefully you will continue to walk with us throughout this lane. Ms. Anders, the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much. And my congratulations and greetings to all excellencies, as well as my strong wishes of solidarity and safety to our friends affected in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Madam Vice President, First Vice President, Madam Campbell, and all distinguished delegates, and not least my sister, Alicia Bacena, many, many thanks. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today, and I thank you for inviting UNEP to this event. And I thank you all for the leadership that you have shown in making possible the entry into force of what we in United Nations Environment Programme consider a very historic agreement, the Escazú Agreement. I congratulate all the 12 countries who have worked so hard and so diligently for its ratification and coming into force. I listened intently to the speeches that came before, and I understand the work that goes before us, but also the work that lies ahead. And I salute those that have made sure that the convention will be translated into indigenous languages to enable access and understanding. The entry into force comes today on International Mother Earth Day, and I send you all greetings for our environment and for our Earth. And so coming into force today, it draws attention to the urgent need to restore the Earth. And to do this, we need to deal with these three planetary crises: the crisis of climate change, the crisis of biodiversity, and the crisis of pollution and waste. And by recognizing the right to a healthy environment, the Escazú Agreement is a powerful instrument to make peace with nature, as our Secretary General has said, and to build a more just, inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable world. And crucially, this agreement is also a first to require states, parties to the agreement, to protect environmental defenders. According to Global Witness, over 212 environmental defenders were killed in 2019, with over 2/3 of these killings taking place in Latin America. We know across the world, unscrupulous companies, unfortunately, whether they are in agribusiness, oil or gas mining, have regularly and consistently driven attacks against environmental defenders. These are also at times the industries contributing most to climate change, to biodiversity loss, and to pollution. So we therefore urge all governments to also live up to the pledges under the Paris Agreement, as well as under the Convention of Biodiversity, in ensuring a healthy Earth. Adding to these agreements, then, the Escazú Agreement presents this powerful signal to those that are unscrupulous, that pillage and pollution, and yes, murder, is not a way to make a profit. And the time is up for such behavior. Protecting defenders and enabling them to manage their land and their resources will help address the three planetary crises. And that's because the areas managed by indigenous peoples and local communities, who make up a large proportion of defenders, have consistently shown to suffer less degradation, less pollution. But this agreement can only serve as a catalyst in our efforts to make peace with nature if it is fully implemented and ratified by those nations who have yet to do so. This agreement should also be seen as a step towards recognizing the right to a healthy environment at a global level. And that is why we salute you who have ratified, because you have shown the way ahead. Although this right is legally reflected in over 150 countries in various forms of legislation, the right to a healthy environment, there's still no formal international or universal recognition. Such recognition that all people everywhere have a legal right to a healthy environment would help the implementation on the ground by courts, by citizens, and by governments. So, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen and friends, I once again congratulate you on the entry into force of this agreement. UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme, through our policies and in collaboration with our sister agency at ECLAC and through the United Nations generally, we will do all that we can, and we remain committed to you as you implement this historic and significant agreement. Happy Earth Day, and thank you.
Thank you, Madam Anderson. I would like to give the floor now to our colleague, Olga Algarellova, Executive Secretary of Commission Económico for Europe and Secretary of the Aarhus Convention. Mrs. Algarellova, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary of ECLAC, dear Alicia, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to take part in today's celebrations on the occasion of the entry into force of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, Escazú Agreement. This gathering of representatives of governments, civil society, international organizations, and diverse stakeholders from different regions is a strong reminder of the global relevance of public rights to the environment. The entry into force of the Escazú Agreement comes at a critical junction for the world. There are growing concerns that many societies are moving away from democratic values and towards greater restrictions in civil and political liberties. The coronavirus disease pandemic has brought with it additional limitations on public freedoms. Furthermore, environmental defenders are increasingly the target of repressive measures and retaliatory action. And this is why it is vital that people exercising their environmental rights be able to do so free from fear. Let me take this opportunity to stress that the protection of environmental defenders is recognized as being of critical importance through both the Convention on Access to Information, Public Participation in Decision-Making and Access to Justice on Environmental Matters, our EC Aarhus Convention, as well as the Escazú Agreement. Let me also recall in this regard that UNEC joined recently ECLAC, UNEP, OHCHR, and other United Nations organizations in passing on a strong message on the need to recognize the right to a healthy environment at the global level. Democracy, good governance, and the rule of law are at the heart of sustainable development. They are also prerequisites for addressing cross-cutting global challenges such as climate change, environmental impacts on health, exposure to chemicals, and the availability of clean water. These challenges can only be successfully addressed through the concerted efforts of all concerned. In that regard, the Escazú Agreement, the Aarhus Convention, and its protocol on pollutant release and transfer registers promote the wider involvement of non-governmental organizations, the private sector, the public at large, and other stakeholders in environmental decision-making alongside governmental actors. In doing so, they greatly support governments in implementing their global commitments, such as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Agreement, and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. The entry into force of the Escazú Agreement opens a new chapter in the history of environmental democracy. By joining forces, the Aarhus and Escazú communities can make a substantial difference at a global level by demonstrating how environmental democracy could act as a driver of transparency, circular economy, environmentally sound management of resources, and transboundary cooperation, and could lay the foundations for peaceful, inclusive, and just societies. The birth of the Escazú Agreement is a remarkable achievement, and we should all be encouraged by your efforts to transform our world and to offer our children a more sustainable and prosperous future. UNEC stands ready to continue working together with ECLAC so as to promote the implementation of this far-reaching treaty. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by warmly congratulating the governments and people of the Latin America and the Caribbean region, and expressing my hope that your success will be a source of inspiration for other regions. My special personal thanks and congratulations on this celebration day go to my dear colleague and friend, Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC and her whole team. Viva Acuerdo de Escazú. Felicitaciones. Gracias por su atención.
Muchas gracias por su intervención. A continuación también nos ha querido acompañar Michelle Bachelet.
Many thanks for your intervention. We also have Michelle Bachelet, the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights, who has sent us a video.
En este Día Internacional de la Madre Tierra, me
On
complace
this International Mother Earth Day, I'm pleased to celebrate the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement, who is a pioneer to protect its defenders in Latin America and the Caribbean, to have the fair balance between the economic, social, and environmental needs, and to promote harmony with nature, has echo in calling to action on behalf of the Secretary General that includes the rights of future generations and climate justice. In the injustice and damages, jurisdictional instruments as the Escazú Agreement are one of the most efficient tools to make states held liable to respect the rights of people. I wish to greet you because it's the first environmental treaty that has specific provisions to protect and promote the rights of the defenders of the environment. This is specifically important since Latin America is considered as one of the most dangerous regions in the world for those who defend the environment and the earth, including the indigenous peoples and the Afro-descending communities. Despite that, the defenders of human rights are still at stake, harassed with stigmatized narratives and attacks against their personal life. It's an aberration that people have to assume so many risks to be able to propel in their cause. Osvalinda Pereira from Brazil, Lady Pech from Mexico, and Montelenquimo from Ecuador, recently awarded for their task in defending the environment. We wish to highlight that the defense of human rights and the environment also looks at the structural needs of society, promoting worthy life for each one of us. So this has delimited many defenders, including the environmental activists. We also have a setback in the environment and the erosion of mechanisms to guarantee that the organization of civil society can fully work in the decision-making process. A significant participation and informed is crucial for sustainable development, as it is to approach the urgent matters as it is climate change, the loss of nature and pollution or contamination. Not only is it an essential right of each one of the persons, it's also essential to ensure justice and to participate effectively. Everyone needs to have access to information and justice. In relation to the environment, the Escazú Agreement is a critical voice for democracy, also aligned with the commitment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development of leaving no one behind. In this sense, I wish to celebrate the public participation in celebrating this agreement with the important contribution of ECLAC. COVID-19, the energy emergency, and the destruction in our planet is a crisis that no country can approach isolatedly. International cooperation, multilateralism, even through instruments as the Escazú Agreement, must be at the core of our efforts to guarantee a focus based on rights for the green recovery and inclusive. In regards to the pandemic, I wish to greet the states that ratified the agreement, and I wish to also invite the rest of the Latin American Caribbean states to adopt the necessary measures to adopt this agreement with the participation of the civil society, and that also work towards a healthy environment. And my office will keep on working in carrying out each one of the human rights for each person. Many thanks.
We have had the opportunity to listen to the voices of the member states, the voices of the United Nations systems that have accompanied this process, and we will now listen to the voices of the public, fundamental player in this path. I will first of all give the floor to Andrea Sangüesa, representative-elect of the public for the Escazú Agreement. Andrea.
Andrea, no la... Estás muteada, Andrea.
You're muted, Andrea.
Ahora sí. Pareciera, a ver.
¿Me estaban buscando a mí,
Sí.
Luis?
You were looking for me? Amazing. I had to connect myself by the phone. I've been here all morning. I'm sorry about that. Thank you very much, Luis. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking ECLAC, to the states parties to the agreement, thanks to their political commitment. We've gone so far. I want to thank all the civil society organizations and thank for having had the opportunity to work with the governments in a coordinated way, to ask wholeheartedly to the other countries to join, and soon we need to get to our first conference of the parties with more countries. I believe, and it has been said now, that Escazú is an example. It is a success. No, battery failed. We lost the video, but we can hear you. Everything is wrong.
Increíble. Bueno, que como decías, un triunfo del diálogo.
As I said, it's a success for multilateral dialogue, where the government and civil society has been able to hold together on important topics. And in fact, several countries who have not joined right now is precisely talking about the issue of sovereignty, that at this level of the world, given all the crisis we're facing, we don't think that is an argument, as if the population, the environment, and us had anything to do with administrative decisions when the different countries were created. So it's fantastic for multilateralism that we have been able to advance as we have. I believe that with this agreement, we all win. No doubt the persons who defend the environment win. The governments win because they gain support because of the commitment. Civil society has grown up, has been strengthened with strengthened our networks. And of course, the environment wins. And given the climate crisis, the COVID crisis, it's more evident than ever how important Escazú is, because some of the elements of Escazú that we all mentioned, we would like to have in the pandemic now. First of all, that the state is active and accountable, and Escazú gives them access rights, and we all know how much we needed to have proactive states committed to the management of the pandemic. Secondly, it talks about the future generations. It talks about a culture of peace, because talking and negotiating, we could get to where we reach. It has focus on groups in vulnerable situations, and particularly the environmental defenders, because we have much to do along that line. And finally, it is a tremendous tool for sustainable development, where we must all know that economy must be at the service of humanity and not the other way around. Thank you very much, and so pleased to be here and willing to continue working. Thank you very much, Luis.
Many thanks, Andrea. Le daré la palabra a Daniela Andrade.
Good afternoon. Buenos dias a todos. All protocols observed. Happy Earth Day to everyone. I would also like to extend condolences to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I follow my fellow colleague, Andrea Sanhuesa, in congratulating all the signatory countries and parties to the Escazú Agreement. This has been the work of a dedicated group of country delegates, the Secretariat, ECLAC, and the public. I also echo the call made by others before me for other countries to become a party to the agreement.
No, perdimos a Daniel. Daniel, you are freeze. Ya va a regresar. Ya.
She must have had an issue with her connection.
Hello? Hi, sorry about that.
Wow. You are freeze again, Daniel.
Perdón, Luis, pero Daniel me dijo que estaba muy mal su internet y que por si acaso me mandó sus palabras.
Well, she said her internet is not working very well, so Danielle sent through her,
Can you hear me?
words.
Yeah,
Me-
very well.
me-
Okay. If you can hear me, I can continue. It's not allowing me to show my video.
Okay.
I think it said the host has stopped it. All right, but I will continue.
Please.
Okay. So the Escazú Agreement follows in a long line of environmental treaties seeking to ensure protection of the environment. And despite this long history of treaty making, we have largely failed to halt the devastating threats to our environment, not least of which is climate change. And one might be tempted to ask the question, how then will the Escazú Agreement make a difference, if at all? Quite simply put, the agreement places people at the heart of the solution to our environmental crisis. As elected representatives of the public, we have witnessed firsthand since the start of this process how revolutionary the Escazú Agreement is in both its contents as well as in the way it was developed. In every sense of the word, there's a recognition that the inclusion of the public in the decision-making process, in particular those who are vulnerable, is critical if we are to come up with effective policy responses to address our greatest environmental issues. How can we have effective responses if those who are most directly affected do not have a voice and a seat at the table? This people-centered approach is part and parcel of the objective of the Escazú Agreement, to ensure that the public's rights to access to environmental information, participate in decisions, and access to justice in environmental matters is guaranteed. The treaty not only guarantees the right to a healthy environment for all, but recognizes that those who advocate and struggle to protect the environment are absolutely essential to strengthening our democracy and sustainable development and deserve to be protected themselves. As such, the agreement includes provisions to require countries to implement measures to protect environmental defenders and to ensure an enabling environment for their work. This people-centered approach is also evident in the negotiation process for the treaty. Representatives of the public were nominated and elected through a transparent process by members of the public who had registered their interest in the agreement. The requirement that all negotiation meetings would be open to the public, that the public would receive timely and comprehensive information on the process, that absolutely any member of the public from our region could intervene, make statements, and propose language for the treaty during those negotiation meetings alongside government representatives, giving real-time feedback on issues as they arose, is groundbreaking. I am convinced that this dynamic collaborative effort is what led to a truly remarkable and progressive agreement. And now the hard work begins, implementation, putting into action what are now pretty words on paper. And how do we do that? We must now challenge ourselves going forward. Firstly, political will. We need the same political will and motivation that led to the successful negotiations to carry through to this implementation phase. Secondly, capacity building. Not all countries are on the same level in terms of the state of their laws or practices on access rights. We must ensure that those countries who have challenges to implement the agreement receive the support they need. As a start, there is a great need for increased sensitization and public awareness about the Escazú Agreement in our region and what it promises. The elected representatives and our civil society partners have made great strides in increasing awareness, and more countries have national civil society networks devoted to promoting the agreement. And we have been able to do considerable outreach to important groups, including youth, indigenous people, and environmental defenders. But we all have much more work to do. Thirdly, a strong governance mechanism with the full and meaningful participation of the public. The public must play a central part in the development and implementation of the rules of procedure for the Conference of the Party and its subsidiary bodies. For us who will continue to work towards the implementation of the Escazú Agreement, today marks the first day of our resolve to use this agreement to halt the tide of environmental abuse and degradation of our ecological heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for your intervention. A continuación vamos a escuchar una voz diferente.
We will now listen to a different voice. Carlos Vive, artist and composer, founder of the initiative Tras la Perla, has also sent us a greeting for this occasion. A greeting for everyone. I want to thank the organization for the opportunity to be here within the framework of this very important agreement. I would like to extend a very special greeting to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Alicia Bárcena, and to the distinguished personalities who are with us in this moment of celebration. Those who know me must be having an idea of what I'm here, because I've always said that our music is the expression of man touched by nature, and also beyond any frontier. I'm a citizen of the world who wants to form part of those who want to change the path we're taking as a species insofar as the way to inhabit our ecosystem and conceive development and progress. Through music, I have been able to understand something fundamental. Biodiversity is the basis of culture. The tradition in which my way of singing is inserted is rooted in the peasant man, who the one who knew how to love nature, inhabited, understanding the tides, the mountains, the rivers, the winds, the snowfalls, a person who knew how to understand the cycles of the water and adapt his mood to the rising tides and the yellow flowers of the cañahuates, which is the name in Valledupar they gave to trees called tapuyas. Araguaney, they call it in Venezuela, Ipe in Brazil, Apacho or Taji in Paraguay, Tajibo in Bolivia, Spring in Mexico, etc., etc. It's a man who learned how to sing listening to the song of the birds. That's why they learned how to respect and to respect the place where the birds nest. When you lose diversity of life and nature, you also lose the music that reminds us that we are part of it. Is it that the environmental deterioration is related to the fact that we do not use the power of music consciously to prevent that? We all form part of the same system, and I believe it is time to come together. Tradition, science, academia, ancestral cultures, artists. And talking about biology, I would like to greet our friend Dr. Sandra Vilati, member of our board of Tras la Perla biologists, specialists in Colombian wetlands, and particularly in the delta of the big river of Magdalena River, Santa Marta. She's a biocultural landmark, so I am thankful for the elegance to refer to what I do, which is nothing but to try to be consistent and grateful with what I sing and with the territory and the people who gave it to me. One of the most biodiverse territories of the world, with its relationship to man and history, has given us cultural diversity, which has been expressed in my music and the success of the music of our industry of entertainment. And to talk about those territories that music led me to, I'd like to start by the Sierra Nevada of Santa Marta. It is a coastal mountain area independent from beyond. This solitary mountain that goes from sea level up to 5,790 meters high, being the greatest coastal elevation in the world. And where still today you can find the magic of the Tairona people and the magical mammals that have always wanted to show us the path of a more caring relationship with our territory. And the Zenús from San Jorge gave the cumbia, the pipes, and instruments that appear in all my records, such as the work in 1995, The Forgotten Land, which were in a celebration and a warning about this magical territory. And my most recent album, Cumbiana, is inspired in the big swamplands of Santa Marta, an ecosystem of wetlands formed by the delta of the big river of Magdalena. This place is fundamental for the birds of the American continent, and it plays a fundamental role in the mitigation of climate change. And it is also a small fraction of a territory that I call Cumbiana, an intricate system of rivers and swamplands that give the waters to the Caribbean, where those old cities were built above the water. So the original cultures, the Civiles, who gave the cumbia to the world, no more, no less than that. Cumbia is born in the wetlands of the big river of Magdalena, where our culture was originated, and we had a crossbreeding. I am certain that we don't want these ecosystems to disappear. I've seen them change and be degraded of my life, but I've also seen them persist and being reborn through the natural resilience and the heroic efforts of their dwellers, indigenous peasant people who have faced all sorts of challenges and difficulties to preserve their way of life. And that is where music has allowed me to understand what is most important. If the lifestyle of the people is lost, if the culture who knows how to live in equilibrium is lost, if the ecosystems are lost, which are fundamental for everyone, if the swamplands die, Colombia will start the process of desertification that will be inevitable and will extend through the Andes, because we are all related. That is why I thank this invitation, because as a citizen, I've been working and thinking jointly with those communities, thinking of the way of life that we need to preserve and regenerate, so that the germ of abundance that nature gives us as the greatest gift is not lost, but it only received if we are part of it. So we need to take a step ahead in the strengthening of the instruments that we can have as a society in the task of caring for nature, because nature is ourselves. We cannot poison the sources of life. I want to think that this agreement is a firm step in that direction. I stop the words and the speeches and I go to what may make us better understand, as Mamo Camilo told me a week ago, art is understanding. And we have lots of work ahead to understand as a society and to agree on what it takes to preserve life. That's the only way in which we can act in a consistent way. So I leave you with the official video of my song Cumbiana. Support our initiative Tras la Pela, and please go ahead with the Escazú Agreement. The Escazú Agreement is a fundamental tool to build a better future for everyone, for all Latin Americans and Caribbeans, by putting equality at the center of sustainable development and aiming to leave no one behind. Latin America and the Caribbean is writing a new chapter in terms of strengthening of environmental democracy and sustainable development.
Pues ahí tienen una muestra de la historia que nos ha
Well,
traído.
there you have a brushstroke of what has brought us to this specific moment in history. We have this space, it's practically from 1 hour, for an hour, and we have 10 panelists invited. So I'm going to please request from each one of you to use up to 3 minutes in each one of your interventions. I'll be introducing you briefly. I'll address a specific question for one first round, and then we'll have one second round with a question which is equal for all. So our first panelist, Robin Sporn from the Escazú Group Foundation, Brazil. Ruben is a veteran in this process, and aside from the process of the Earth Summit that has brought us to this moment, he is a representative of the civil society in Brazil and had the chance to participate in Rio when we adopted the 27 principles of the environmental policy in the region, where we have Principle 10 of the Declaration, and now the Escazú Agreement develops. Next year, we will have the first conference of the parties of the Escazú Agreement, and it will be around 30 years from that Rio conference. How have you seen these 30 years of evolution in the participation of civil society, the public, as we call it in Escazú, and environmental management within the region? Ruben, the floor is yours for 3 minutes. Good afternoon to all the attendees of this session. I wish to express my appreciation on behalf of the Skella Foundation, ECLAC, and its whole team, and all the delegations and the audience that has participated in building the Escazú Agreement. And as you mentioned, I will answer the question basing myself on the lessons learned from this long pathway from Rio. I also participated in the conference of the parties, of the presiding officers, Rio +20. I think that we are making progress in multilateral processes in terms of the participation of society. I wish to highlight 3 processes linked to the Escazú Agreement and what we have built in the last 30 years. Firstly, especially in Escazú, to present proposals on behalf of the public for the elements of the agreement. In the Escazú negotiation, as you may know, the organizations of civil society were able to present suggestions for articles and on different topics, and by being supported in a sovereign way, were submitted to debate and negotiation. The representatives of the public were able to intervene publicly and orally in all of the negotiated issues, overcoming the practice at the beginning of the 90s, under which the NGOs, the public, spoke at the end of each session when it was possible for a few minutes. In this practice, the organizations had an indirect way, many times, of impacting the agenda, but not the negotiation directly with proposals. In that sense, Escazú has allowed for the public to turn into a partner of building and partners of the agreement, of the Escazú Agreement. The second point, in regards to transparency and access to negotiation, obviously in those 30 years when we negotiated Rio, the agenda, there were no mobile phones, no internet, and the use of information technology and communication has changed enormously, and the modus operandi, visualizing on screens, and how we went from the negotiation of Escazú has allowed transparency in real time of the text in the negotiation, therefore allowed and facilitated the dialogue between the public and the delegations, always with the clear goal of having the most appropriate text to the challenges of our region. The online streaming of the negotiations were also quite relevant. This initiative also has a democratic character that has allowed for experts of different countries, organizations, were to send their suggestions to the delegations and the representatives of the public. The online streaming was also purposeful for the NGOs that attended in real time with their colleagues. In Rio, we did not have this capacity back in the years, and the session celebrated in Brasilia in 2007 was also quite significant for Brazil. It was the first time ever, if I'm not mistaken, that Itamaraty has broadcasted an intergovernmental practice on WebStream or on WeStream. Hopefully, this is to take place once again in our country that is going through setbacks. But the Brazilian society is resilient and fully committed to leaving no one behind and to strengthening this spirit of cooperation and collective cooperation and transparency in the agreements for sustainable development. And the third point, and with that, I'll finish with this first round, the recognition on behalf of the societies of the public as partners in building sustainability and environmental governance. The Rio +20 agenda looked at the different players of the society who are partners of transformation towards sustainable societies. The 2030 agenda, noticeably, goal number 16, reaffirms and highlights that commitment and the participation of public governance. And Escazú has also included principles that acknowledge that contribution on behalf of the public, including Article 11 that speaks of cooperation in order to strengthen and the national capacity for the full implementation of the Escazú Agreement. So with Escazú, we'll have a great chance to cope with our governments and our societies to guarantee the right to a healthy environment and balanced at the same time. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Rubens. As Gabriela Andrade said, that led to the achievements. Constance Necklet is one of the main negotiators of the agreement, but she's one of the sparks that started the process that ended today in the entry into force. Constance, the question for you is, we know that in the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, Rio +20 in 2012, there was a declaration that was cooked among the governments. What was the process to reach that declaration? How was it received by the rest? How was this initiative received by the rest of the countries? Good afternoon, everyone. Those of you who are with us in this historic celebration, I am so grateful to share with colleagues whom I admire and appreciate so much, and also represent hundreds of persons who were form part of this process and were part of this Escazú community that grows every day. It's relevant to remember the origin of Escazú, and not because of its history only, but it's evident that the motivations are still very much valid. The main argument that Chile proposed, and which echoed the rest of the countries, was to recognize the critical socio-environmental situation. We had reports such as ECLAC, UN Office for the Environment that talked about climate change, loss of biodiversity, pollution, water shortage, and how it affected more strongly the persons who were vulnerable. And the studies also showed the conflicts in the region, and it highlighted that the causes of inequality in the region were eroding trust, that there were new dynamics of conflict with the appearance of players such as the ecologists and the feminist collectives, and the preponderance in the conflicts of topics related to access to property, to the exploitation of natural resources and the impact on the environment. And in this context, Rio +20 was approaching as a political high-level entity, and the proposal was to strengthen environmental democracy. And the conversations with countries related basically on the technical feasibility of negotiating an instrument and implementing a regional instrument, but above all, the political will of showing the flaws of decision-making and to accept them. They are related to the distribution of power, multiple interests that were sometimes opposite and at times with the control of corruption. And the strategy to overcome those fears were basically two ways: forging key partnerships and agreeing on certain minimum consensus. We had the great support of civil society who had been advocating for regional global instruments, and the experience and expertise of ECLAC that at the mandate of the countries for years had been working in issues of environmental democracy. And to end, I'd like to say that we adopted 4 minimal consensus. The first, that beyond the advances, we needed to progress for a full and effective implementation of access rights, that we were going to work for a regional instrument of Latin America and the Caribbean that would reflect its characteristics and its challenges and recognize the particular characteristics of each country. The process would be open to all the countries under an approach of creation and strengthening of capacities and cooperation, and that the creation of democratic instrument had to be democratic. So the process would be transparent and open to the participation of all the stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Costa Rica también tuvo un papel muy importante también como detonante en la negociación y durante el proceso de la negociación.
Role throughout the negotiation, and that role was assumed by Patricia Madrigal, the former Minister of the Environment and negotiator on behalf of Costa Rica. Patricia couldn't make it today because of a health issue, so we'll send the following question through. Before starting off with the negotiation process, we gathered in Costa Rica, and there were contents proposed called the Contents of San Jose that established principles and values. And the question for Patricia is, how did the content of San Jose take place, and how did they guarantee the success of the Escazú Agreement, and for them to be ambitious enough and at the same time to allow to recognize the different developments at a national level? She sent this answer. A warm welcome for those who are here in this session, and I wish to thank ECLAC and the Secretariat for the invitation. The preparation of the Escazú Agreement begins with the principle number 10 in the Rio +20 conference. We had 4 preparation sessions with focal points where we had the roadmap and the priorities in terms of strengthening capacities and cooperation, the contents of San Jose and the decision of Santiago that entailed us to the negotiation stage. In the preparatory stage, we built 2 phases, one on strengthening capacities and cooperation led by Jamaica and Colombia, and the rights to access and the regional instruments led by Brazil and Costa Rica. 7 times they met, each one of these groups. The participation was open-ended for these signing states and those who were not signing states as a civil society. The access group and regional instruments had as a goal to strengthen in the rights of access to propose the nature and content of the regional instrument. ECLAC having or providing the technical support, getting to know the status of the signing parties, the signing states, and had as a result in the first publication we have an issue. So let us see if
Don Samaniego, ¿podría pasar un segundo al próximo panel mientras que resolvemos un problema con este video? Muchas gracias.
We would have to continue with the next panel. Meanwhile,
the next panelist is Careta Cruz. She's been an alternate representative for the public. Rubens already illustrated somewhat what was the dynamic of participation of the public and how significant that was for the agreement. The question for Careta is, with the work of the public, it was possible to show that it is possible to work in a collaborative way between the government and society. How were you organized, particularly in the Caribbean? And what were the main lessons that you could share about this process?
this public in the Caribbean, and which were the main lessons that you can share with us of this process? Carita, you have the floor.
Good afternoon to you and happy Earth Day. I'll jump right into it. So there are 6 elected representatives of the public and 2 of us are from the Caribbean. The main reps of the public, Andrea Sanguesa from Chile and Daniel Andradico from Jamaica, with the support of the alternates, essentially maintained a close relationship with individuals and organizations with an interest in...
Hold on for a second. We are having trouble with your audio.
I'll turn off the camera.
Okay.
That's better now?
No, Ms. Carrera, it's a technician from the ECLAC. Can you use a microphone? Do you have a headset? Maybe could be the microphone of the laptop.
Would this work better if I put my head a bit closer? Are you hearing
yes,
better now?
Now it's better.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. So I'll start again. There are 6 elected representatives of the public, and 2 of us are from the Caribbean. The main rep of the public, Andrea Sanhuesa from Chile and Daniel Andradico from Jamaica, with the support of the alternates, essentially maintained a close relationship with individuals and organizations with an interest in human rights and the environment over the years. We share information via a very vibrant WhatsApp group. In that group, there are representatives from the Caribbean Youth Environment Network, that's CYN, the Caribbean Natural Resources Institute, CANARI, based in Trinidad and Tobago, and the Caribbean Coastal Area Management, CCAM, in Jamaica, and several other NGOs from the Caribbean. We also share our files on Google Docs so that the team members are able to have an input in the process in real time. We have held many in-person meetings, and now more recently, due to COVID, we've met virtually in an effort to keep the public updated and to obtain their input on the agreement as well. We've carried out several surveys where we obtained the views from the people of the Caribbean and Latin America on various sections of the agreement. What is of significance is that Daniel and I both sat on the working group for the Escazú Agreement in Jamaica and St. Lucia. This allowed us the opportunity to work closely with the government reps and collaborate creatively to raise awareness about the agreement and to share the views we obtained from the wider public. Although we are based in Jamaica and St. Lucia, we've worked closely with ECLAC also to carry out consultations in St. Kitts and Nevis and Guyana as well. This close-knit relationship we've fostered with the governments has allowed us during the negotiations to bring language proposals, as Rubens mentioned, to the negotiators from the Caribbean so that feedback from the wider public would be taken into consideration. Some of the main lessons learned during this process is that ordinary people should play an integral role in the decision-making processes because that will lead to greater likelihood of success and ownership of the agreement. This process also made me realize that the answers or knowledge do not lie in one group, and it's important for our governments to create a space for the public to meaningfully share their experiences and knowledge in shaping of policies and laws. And finally, this process has allowed us to realize that we can achieve more together than when we work separately. Various organizations have been able to obtain funding. For example, the World Resources Institute and CANARI have provided funds for multiple NGOs in the Caribbean geared at raising awareness about Escazú, as well as to carry out research on cases in the Caribbean, which highlight the principles of the agreement. So while as the public, we could have worked individually on the Escazú Agreement, our collaborative method has allowed us to yield greater results. Thank you.
Thank you, Careta. We hope truly you can keep up those dynamics for the next stages.
Gracias. Gracias.
Now to Mr. Winston Anderson, Judge of the Caribbean Court of Justice. And I would say that the negotiation of the Escazú Agreement has benefited of the opinions of international experts such as yourself, who contributed with their knowledge and experience to inform the negotiations. How was your experience participating in the process, contributing with your knowledge on access to environmental justice in particular for the Caribbean region? You have the floor, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. And may I say good afternoon to everybody who is within the reach of my voice. Good afternoon and congratulations. I think this is a very important milestone that we should all be celebrating. It's only unfortunate that we're not all together in one place where we could be assisted with some liquid refreshments in the celebrations. But this is a wonderful achievement, I think, for Latin America and the Caribbean. And I want to commend the framers of the process for allowing the input, not just of the public, but of those of us who claim to have some expert knowledge in the area. It was a pleasure, great pleasure for me to be involved. I learned a lot, a tremendous amount from my colleagues, both here in the Caribbean and in Latin America. And I think this should be the template going forward, where treaties of this kind, which are being negotiated, should involve not just the states, but also NGOs, the public, and the experts, if there are any who are willing to be involved. Again, I said it was an educational experience for me. I hope that somewhere along the road, I was able to share some of the traditions, some of the legal principles which are relevant in the Caribbean. I had occasion to remark that in the Caribbean, we have been emphasizing the importance of environmental access rights even before 1992. We have been enacting legislation in this general area, Belize, of course, being the first country with a Freedom of Information Act. And we have a body of case law which has explored the implications of environmental access rights. I was very happy to be able to collaborate with ECLAC in the production of a book, which I think is being advertised on the website, to which people can have access, which gives an insight into the kind of jurisprudence that has developed in the region relating to environmental access rights. And I'm pretty sure that this was also useful in the process of negotiations. I just want to again commend everybody for your sterling contribution. I'm very proud of the Caribbean states who have, of course, not just supported the negotiations, but supported the entry into force of this agreement. Guyana, of course, was the first state party. 4 other Caribbean states have accepted the convention, and I'm sure that there will be more to come. Thank you again, and congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Toca el turno ahora a Marcelo Cousillas.
We must now listen to Marcelo Cousillas, Director of the Legal Counseling with the Ministry of the Environment from Uruguay. Uruguay is a country that has been very active and constructive during the negotiation of Escazú. One of the tasks that Uruguay undertook after one of the rounds was held in their country was in March 2018 in Costa Rica, with the establishment of the legal technical group that had to work off hours after the plenary. And the question for Marcelo is, what were the main tasks of that group, and how this task was important for the implementation of the agreement, and how it will be now that it enters into force? Marcelo. Thank you, Jose Luis, for your question and for the possibility of sharing with you this day of entry into force of the agreement, remembering some of the chapters or the parties where we had to participate. Actually, Uruguay tried to be active with joint participation between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of the Environment, very active with much dialogue. But actually, in the last negotiation session held in San Jose, the legal group for technical review was created. This was not a total innovation. Many of the negotiations of the multilateral agreements on the environment at a multinational level have this entity that has a great advantage of providing technical content to the agreements and consensus reached, but has the great responsibility of doing it without changing the will of the parties. To that end, the group was open composition, it had expert support, and obviously the great support from ECLAC's secretariat. What was our task? Basically, our task was to review the drafting of the agreements reached by the parties with three fundamental objectives: to have homogeneous terminology, to avoid contradictions, overlaps, or repetitions in the text, and harmonizing the English and Spanish version. Let us remember that to the agreement we apply the Convention on the Rights of Agreements, and the text in the Spanish or English version are equally authentic, but they come from different legal traditions. So harmonizing not only the language, but the concepts was very important. The work of the legal group of revision was hard. As Kate Wilson said in one of her speeches, many moons had to pass before we could obtain a result, because we were working off hours. We did it at night because it was necessary to have some chocolate to keep us awake. But I believe that three elements were fundamental for the results of this group. First of all, balance in the representation. Both the Caribbean as well as the rest of Latin America, both the continental as well as the Anglo-Saxon legal tradition were represented. Kate, but also representatives from the public, Daniel Andrade. I would like to mention specifically a colleague from Jamaica who did a fundamental contribution from the side of the common law. Secondly, the great spirit of cooperation. Really, the work in the legal technical group was work where the representatives from the states or from the public truly collaborated to a given goal. And finally, a very good technical expertise, not only of the participants, but of the advisors. And I would like to mention here three persons whom I believe were fundamental for this result. Santiago Villalpando, head of treaties in the UN. He has other roles as well, but Santiago was instrumental for that work between the different legal traditions. Concepcion Escobar, excellent professor, member of the International Law of the UN. She was a delightful person who permitted in-depth and very technically adequate work. And I would like to mention David Barrios, colleague, officer of the division you preside, who was fundamental in the legal work at the moment that we need to produce results. All of them, and that includes all the members of the group, led to a result that we were honored to coordinate and that we had the opportunity of submitting at the plenary, obtaining the result you all know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcelo. You remind us of many people who were relevant, and I wish to directly thank Carlos de Miguel, Torres, Barrios, Mr. Barrios, and the enormous effort that they have gone through to reach this exact moment. So now it's Kate Wilson's turn, the judicial advisor from St. Lucia.
In the negotiations, was also very swift in terms of the ratification and made a special effort to make the Escazú Agreement known in the country, which facilitated the ratification process and has prepared the country for its implementation. Please tell us how that process of socialization of the agreement in St. Lucia has been and why it has been so successful. You have the floor, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me say to you, my fellow panelists, and all those listening, happy International Mother Earth Day, and congratulations to us all Today, we celebrate the entry into force of our agreement, our own regional and human rights agreement. It feels so good to see that. Mr. Chairman, I bring you warm greetings of safety and solidarity to our neighbors in St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the eruption of the volcano and the rest of the region, and indeed the world grappling with the ravages of the pandemic. It is fitting that our agreement is coming into force at a time when we are dealing with a health crisis as well as an environmental crisis. But to your question, you asked about our success in St. Lucia in terms of the socialization. It was the Department of Sustainable Development, it was our underlying mantra that access to environmental information, public participation, and justice would be central in creating nature-based solutions for us to build back better and to live a sustainable planet for our people, for those coming behind us. And we did this, we did this socialization using three main components. We looked at capacity building and cooperative partnerships, robust public awareness and sensitization, and legislative, procedural, and resource development. On the first point, Mr. Chairman, when we joined the negotiations at the 7th round in Argentina, we came face to face with your commission. And Mr. Chairman, up till today, we have developed a strong working partnership with ECLAC. We want to thank persons like Mr. Carlos de Miguel, Mr. David Barrio, Valeria Torres, and the rest of your team who have helped greatly to see that our success was realized. The technical expertise, the constant guidance was what that gave us the impetus to reach this broad cross-section that we met in St. Lucia. We met at the judiciary, we worked with the workers, we worked with the youth, and more importantly, we got the commitment from the policymakers, the change makers, our government, and we thank you for that. Ruth Spencer of Antigua and Barbuda, Michelle Fife of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. When we first met in Costa Rica in 2018, up to a day like today, as we say in St. Lucia, their partnership has been exemplary. It has been what you call true partnership, almost on a daily basis. Ruth and I, we exchanged discussions on the way that Escazú should go. She has given us input so many times, and the same thing with Michelle Fife. So I can see together they have inspired us, and we have forged a solid path where we reach the citizenry, not only in St. Lucia, but in St. Vincent and in Antigua and Barbuda, both horizontally and vertically. I am proud to call them my friends. I am quite proud to call them my mentor, and I say thank you. I appreciate it. Coretta Cooks-Charles, the St. Lucia National Trust. Yvonne of the Fisheries Department. Professor Felix of the South Louis Community College in helping us reach the students. Our success would have not happened had we not had the assistance of such persons. Public awareness. We could not have done it without the media bringing the message to the people. So we want to thank them. Chris Satin of the Communications Unit of the Ministry of Education, a true champion. He did our PSAs, he ensured that we had our video campaigns out, uploaded everything that we did onto social media, the GIS and NTN team, Alicia Ali, Geraldine Bissett-Joseph, Jessie Leos, Davina Lynn Lee, and Primus Hutchinson for bringing the message in Creole, in our native language, to the people. The OACS Commission, the press room, Doris Knoll, Yashid Charles, we want to thank you. Choice TV, up to today, this week, we've got extensive coverage from 2017 right up to now. We could not have done it without them. Onika McCoy and Amin Flood, Shane Sherry of NBC Television, Miguel Fevrier, Jade Brown, and my partners, Yadi and Jaim on Zafir Noah Setlisi, on St. Lucia's, translated our business in St. Lucia. Caribbean Hot FM, lovely St. Amy Joseph, DBS, Sheffield Gillard and Timothy Polio, HTS. We salute you all. Our success was hinged on your efforts towards disseminating to the public. And finally, Mr. Chairman, legislative, procedural, and resource development. Success could not have been attained without the resourcefulness of persons like Tisha Jean-Baptiste and Daniel Gordon, who created the NEIS, the National Environmental Information Systems. Louise Mathering, who manages the Open Data Portal at the government. The ongoing thrust towards putting in place the legislative framework. We could not do it without the legislative drafting unit. Mrs. Gillian Vidal-Jules and Villette Benjamin, we thank you for working on our environmental management bill, our management of containers bill, our climate change bill, and helping us put in place the legal framework. The World Resources Institute for the Access Initiative. We want to thank you for the recommendations, the result of your review. The sharing of resources with persons in the Blue Economy Agenda. Mrs. Susanna de Bourville Scott of the Crop Project at the OECS. Mr. David Robin and Mr. Chamberlain Emmanuel, who created synergies highlighting the need for access rights in regard to oceans and marine environment. We want to thank, and I want to do that very quickly, Mr. Chairman, the generosity of the National Coordinating Committee of Human Rights and the Regional Office of the High Commission for Human Rights in Barbados. We want to thank Michelle Brathwaite, Binta Ernest of the External Affairs Ministry, Rosie Husbands-Maffrey, and Mrs. Mary Francis, the coordinator of the National Center for Legal Aid and Human Rights, in giving us a platform to learn and dialogue on Escazú as a human rights instrument, especially through the process of the Universal Periodic Review. Finally, Mr. Chairman, the Department of Gender Relations, we cannot forget them. Janie Joseph, she gave us the opportunity, she and her team, to see the gender aspect of Escazú and to include us in the conversation on gender mainstreaming. So you see, Mr. Chairman, success was not just our thing at the DSD. It was because of a marvelous support from a networking team, a team that was tremendous in their support, that worked hard. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank my team at the Department of Sustainable Development, hardworking team, my colleagues in the climate change agenda, the SDG agenda, the science and technology team, who have created this bookshare project with Benitec to enable persons, vulnerable persons, and persons with reading disabilities to benefit from the Escazú conversation. My PS, very, very supportive. She's a godsend. And before her, former PS, Mrs. Caroline Eugene, our minister, the Honorable Dr. Gail T.C. Rigobert, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Alan Michael Shastney, who listened and acted decisively. We thank you for your commitment and your leadership. As you see, Mr. Chairman, hard work, a labor of love intermingled with constant frustration, but a journey I will cherish forever, both personally and professionally. I have wonderful memories of camaraderie, brilliance, leadership, but most of all, friendship that is impossible to forget. I feel so privileged, Mr. Chairman, to be part of this process, and I thank you.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive description of all the stakeholders that made this possible in St. Lucia. Toca el turno a Andrés Napoli, especialista, por cierto,
We now will
representante.
listen to Andrés Napoli as alternate representative from the Republic or the Republic from Argentina. The question to him, it is clear that Escazú starts a new stage. As was mentioned in the high-level event, the Conference of the Parties of the Escazú Agreement will be held next year. We'll have to adopt the rules of the conference and its ancillary organs. And the question for you, Andres, is based on the experience acquired in the negotiation stage of the agreement, how is the public being prepared for the new stage, for the negotiation of the coming topics? What lessons learned do you highlight from the process of negotiation that can be used for the new stage? Thank you, Jose Luis. Good afternoon. In 1 minute, I'd like to synthesize all my thanks, and I will do it represented in the ECLAC team, that magnificent division that you preside, Carlos de Miguel, Valeria Torres, David Barrios, dear Guillermo Acuña, who was with us from the very beginning, and of course highlight the strength and solidity on the political conduction of Alicia Bárcenas, who finally led to the closing of the agreement. Those days that we all recall with joy in Escazú. I will now go to the question that you mentioned. I believe it is very important to see what we've learned. And I have to say that Escazú starts now. We have finished. Today we celebrate. Tomorrow we start walking to what Escazú will be, so that Escazú can change the lives of the people living in Latin America and the Caribbean, and to make a difference. And we will do it as always, with the same expectations that we had when we started with the negotiations, with the same demands that we had to do it. And today we are working on what we call several levels. The first level deals with establishing the necessary instruments for the functioning of the Conference of the Parties, so that that COP can have a broad participation both in the generation of proposals as well as the participation from the public, so that those agencies be agile and that can give responses. And finally, that Latin American society be represented, also to attain a compliance committee, we just called it that way, that can also give responses that can reach decisions with prevention. That is, the environmental rights need prevention, but the life of the defenders also need to be protected. We hope that the committee and all of Escazú can be a field of protection, a sort of a shield for those processes that when they end up in life, in death, it means that many things happened before. It just doesn't happen overnight. So we have to learn that. And something we're working is helping the colleagues of the countries who have not ratified yet to ensure that the countries may join us in the ratification. We help them in everything we can, in the diffusion, in the work, ensuring that Chile, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Colombia, all those countries who are still waiting can enter Escazú is a tremendous desire that we're working for. Also with our friends, the Escazú champions and the youth, helping them understand the process. We're proud that Escazú is today an intergenerational transition. Escazú started in Rio +20. It was projected in the 8 years, and now the young movements have adopted it as their own. So what better result could there be? And always, of course, following the lessons learned. Those lessons learned that were mentioned by Rubens, the strength of the meaning of collaborative work, in knowing that this is a process. And as a process, it needs a methodology, it also needs a scope, it needs a result, an objective, and an endpoint. Nobody works in the air. We work to obtain a result, but based on a goal or an endpoint. We know that we must always think of generating proposals, and that the film is much more than the snapshot. What do I mean by that? When Carlos always said, let's work so that we may have a binding agreement, and that means in some places you don't have to reach 100% of the requirements. That means looking at the film, and I believe that that's something we've learned. And the mission with this I close is to try to transfer this learning to the coming generations, which are the ones who will go on in Escazú.
Many thanks, Andres. You also give us the chance to acknowledge the tremendous role of Alicia Bárcena to allow us to reach the stage of the process. Alicia, and this is well known. She's an enthusiast of the Escazú Agreement, and she has set all of her effort on behalf of ECLAC for this to reach this point in time. Chamberlain Emmanuel.
Of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. 4 members of the OECS are already party to the Escazú Agreement. And the question for Mr. Emmanuel is, in what way can the OECS support the countries of the sub-region to implement the provisions of the Escazú Agreement and those that have not yet acceded to do so? Mr. Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and special Good afternoon to all distinguished guests. Let me also specially acknowledge Ms. Alicia Basana, Executive Director of ECLAC, and to bring greetings from Dr. Didicus Jules, our Director General. Thanks, Mr. Chair, for your question. The OECS member states have long acknowledged that our development must involve our individual efforts pursued within the context of regional unity, solidarity, and cooperation in wide-ranging areas, including environmental protection and sustainable development. In July 2018, the 5th OECS Council of Ministers on Environmental Sustainability held in Braids, Montserrat, when we could still meet physically. At that meeting, ministers considered the Escazú Agreement and its relevance to environmental sustainability in the Caribbean, and encouraged member states to support ratification of this agreement. We are therefore certainly pleased that all 6 independent OECS member states have now signed and 4 have ratified the Escazú Agreement, thus contributing significantly to meeting the threshold for today's entry into force. Since 2001, the St. George's Declaration of Principles for Environmental Sustainability in the Eastern Caribbean has been a pioneering framework for common articulation and pursuit of goals and aspirations for environmental management and broader sustainable development. The Escazú Agreement is now specifically referenced in the revised framework captioned SGD 2040, and OECS member states are at the forefront of participating in the Escazú Agreement and promoting its core principles. The OECS Commission has been integrally involved in related advocacy and visibility, and in May 2020, formalized an agreement with ECLAC for an enhanced program of action on the Escazú Agreement in the Eastern Caribbean. So this partnership, the OECS will continue to support and facilitate relevant awareness raising, strategic advocacy, training initiatives, studies, policy formulation, and analytical work and technical assistance to assist with its implementation. Finally, let me again say congratulations to all involved in this process, which exemplified broad engagement and inclusion, and for the achievement of today's milestone. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel. Y ahora paso al español y toca el turno.
I will go into Spanish, and now it's the turn of Florencia Gomez, Secretary of Environmental Policy and Natural Resources from the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development from Argentina. The question would be, the ratification of the Escazú Agreement was very successful in Argentina, and it led to its entry into force and gathered behind it all the sectors, as we were told in the previous segment. What are now the priorities for the implementation, and in what way do you expect to continue to guarantee collaborative work with civil society and with youth? Please, Florencia, go ahead. Thank you very much, José Luis. Special greetings to Alicia and all her team, Carlos, Valeria. And I'd like to extend the greeting of Minister Juan Cabanier, who, of course, is carrying forward, or he has a broad interest in Escazú. And insofar as the question asked by José Luis, I believe it is important to highlight what we call the juvenile militants. Not only did they obtain Argentina along climate change, but also lead after Escazú was approved in both houses with majority, and picking up the words of Andrés on the opportunity of associating this as a bridge in this ecological transition in order to answer Socio-environmental problems proposed by this reality as to fair and growing demands of society and of youth in particular. As to the challenges in terms of implementation, and if we look to the future, Escazú starts today. And we're doing this on the Day of Mother Earth. I believe it's important to build a baseline, say, what is the starting point that we have as a regional level of Latin America and the Caribbean, but also at a national level? We can speak of access in terms of access to information and environmental public information, and the challenges are more oriented to participation and environmental justice. Based on that, I'd like to tell you that in Parliament, there is a draft bill on the modification of a special prosecutor's office to defend the environment and biodiversity. So I understand as Argentina and as a country, which we are very proud to have a broad trajectory in terms of human rights, of having carried forward the trial to the juntas, and including all the regulation, human rights, taking it up to the constitution and give it a constitutional hierarchy. I believe that the challenge as a country is to collaborate so that the region may also advance in terms of protection to the environmental defenders, in terms of human rights. We're thinking of a sort of a beacon effect, was to think about it in terms of having human rights concept deep down. And talking about the conflicts, we believe that participation is one of the tools to prevent social environmental conflicts that end up in restricting rights of environmental defenders. I believe it is important to send a message to the private sector that the adequate mechanisms of participation provide legal certainty in terms of minimizing and mitigating the existence of conflicts. So I would like to thank you, ratify the commitment of our Minister Juan Cabandier, the challenge that we have as a region and as countries that we have ratified the agreement in terms of guaranteeing the means of implementation, to build the capacities and manage the resources to strengthen them, and to follow up with the compliance of Escazú in each one of our countries and support the discussion and promote the prompt ratification by the countries who have not yet done so. So greetings to everyone and thank you.
Many thanks, Florencia. That's very good news. And now we would continue with the second round, which, to be honest, is an open question for the audience. And it would be quite useful to close our session. It's a final declaration on behalf of each one of you for our session. What is, in your vision, the main contribution of the Escazú Agreement to our region? And I would give you the floor in the same order. So please, Rubens, you are first. I would begin with an ethical perspective of life, degradation of the environment, the risks that are linked to technological progress, the structures that keep poverty and inequality with increasing rates of utilization of goods and services of the nature set us at stake with future generations. According to philosopher Hans Jonas, we cannot assess the future of human life and the life of planets based on the present situation, nor must we leave aside the challenges of the present. The principle of Hans Jonas looks at those aspects that are related to living a worthy life. Escazú does not admit the ethics that the end justifies the means. Escazú, on the contrary, wishes to reinforce the instrumental rights to guarantee balanced lifestyles for all inhabitants. So I would highlight the principles that Escazú has included in a binding treaty, specifically the principles of progressiveness. Non-regression is the first binding treaty that explicitly has the principle of non-regression, of equity and interregional in solidarity and cooperation. But beyond that, Escazú would highlight that it has rules to strengthen civil society participation. I am hopeful that in the upcoming year, in the first conference of the different parties, of the presiding officers, we can look at the opportunities of participation on behalf of the audience for the full cooperative, transparent commitment in place. Thank you.
Same for you, Constant. The main contribution in 1 minute. I believe it is important to highlight that this agreement is made by the region for the region in a democratic way, but also it not only contributes to legitimacy, but it leads to outstanding implementation. The main contribution, I believe, is to be able to finally walk a decisive step towards equitable development from a perspective of human rights, from sustainability and democracy. When we talk about the Escazú Agreement, we're talking about procedural human rights, which are also fundamental for a human right of the environment. I mean this virtuous cycle that if we guarantee the informed participation of persons, we will have better decisions and a better implementation and so greater protection for the environment. And all human rights require a healthy environment to be exercised. And I believe that today we're clear that rule of law cannot shy away from democracy and social peace. And so we need to strengthen our democracies. Representation must be complemented with public deliberation. Persons are entitled to participate in decisions that affect the quality of life, and through mechanisms that are adapted to the social, economic, cultural, geographic characteristics, and of course, gender characteristics. We need to value local knowledge, interaction, a dialogue amongst different visions and knowledges, because the state does not have the monopoly of what is public and requires other stakeholders. So Escazú is an opportunity to attain greater social cohesion, to confidence and generate consensus. I believe that Escazú represents a catalog of standards. They are ambitious and they are that we can apply them and concrete in order to attain environmental justice and democratic governance. Thank you.
So we asked the same question to Patricia Madrigal, and this was her reply. When we proposed the Declaration on Principle 10 in the year 2012, we trusted in building an international instrument which was appropriate to the social context, economic, political, cultural, and environmental context in the region, that were to recognize our differences, but that were to strengthen our aspirations. The Escazú Agreement has showed to be that the countries within the region of the Caribbean and Latin America can work and make decisions together with common goals. We also learned that the relation between the civil society and the governments can also be constructive and respectful. Not only were we elaborate a jurisdictional instrument of third generation with relations between human rights and the environment, but we were also able to innovate in necessary issues as the obligation of guaranteeing a safe environment for the defenders of human rights and environmental issues, the need of the right of every person to live in a healthy environment, and the importance of especially considering the people or groups in vulnerable conditions. The decisions were made by consensus. We built many bridges We left aside our comfort zone. We learned to be empathetic and to hear out the concerns of other governments or of sectors of civil society. The Escazú Agreement is of international scale that must be developed progressively and gradually by each one of the countries according to their national context, with significant and active participation of the public. It doesn't have a punitive, repressive, or contentious. It aspires to strengthen capacities and the cooperation to establish synergies. Yet, there is still much to be done, but the bases have been laid in a profound and solid way, based on sustainable, inclusive, equitable development for future generations. The support on behalf of ECLAC has been guiding, respectful, in full, and the region is absolutely grateful. We currently have the challenge in place of developing and applying the agreement of Escazú for each and every person of the 33 countries within the region of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Ms. Careta Crooks, your views on what's the most important legacy or contribution?
Su colaboración.
Okay, so I'm hoping you're hearing me now.
Yes, very well.
Awesome.
Puedan
Great.
escuchar.
So the main contribution or benefit of the Escazú Agreement to our region is that it has the potential to allow people to have a voice in environmental decision-making processes. For far too long, decisions have been made without the input from those who are likely to be most affected. As such, with the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement and its implementation, people will be able to obtain information about projects, have spaces to discuss the potential impacts, and have an avenue for remedy if they've been wronged. For my brothers and sisters in Latin America, I believe that one of the main benefits is that the Escazú Agreement has provisions to protect environmental defenders who are often threatened, victimized, or even killed. The process to get to that stage where our defenders are celebrated for their work instead of ostracized will take a while. However, if the parties to the agreement use this platform as a mechanism for change, then I think we can be more successful in the protection of our environmental defenders sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, in my opinion, the main benefit of the Escazú Agreement for the Caribbean is the fact that those who take care of our rich yet fragile resources will have greater access to environmental information and can make more meaningful contribution as it pertains to development projects. Sadly, in the Caribbean, decisions on mega projects, which often lead to the destruction of major ecosystems, are often done without the input of the people in the respective communities. This then leads to contention between governments and the people. So the Escazú Agreement will benefit our region if our governments utilize it to foster a more positive exchange geared at growing our economies while safeguarding our environment so that we can all lead healthier lives. And finally, while we might encounter varying environmental issues in Latin America and the Caribbean, the Escazú Agreement signifies what we call in the Caribbean bouillon, or a one pot. A one pot is a dish with multiple ingredients that come together in the most delectable way. Escazú is that one pot or bouillon because it brings together the many environmental issues which we encounter, such as climate change, deforestation, biodiversity loss, water shortage, pollution, under one umbrella. And better yet, it pulls together individuals, organizations, and governments to come up with creative ways to provide information to the people of our region and allow them to participate meaningfully in the decision-making processes geared regarding the environment. So with the UN ECLAC team serving as the experienced chefs, our Escazú bouillon, or one pot, will serve as that integral link between environmental issues, as well as the link between Latin America and the Caribbean as we work towards sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hope it comes out really delicious. Muchísimas gracias. Toca el turno ahora a Marcelo.
Thank you so much. We'll now listen to Marcelo Cousillas. Thank you, José Luis. I truly believe that the main contribution of the agreement is the agreement proper. I wouldn't know how to say it from the legal standpoint without being repetitive. But I still remember the discussions when, at the beginning of the negotiations, we were wondering whether we were going to a legally binding instrument or some sort of instrument or statement of a political content. And the ambition said, no, let's get an agreement, or no, declaration that is more ambitious, because we will never get an agreement, because we will never reach a legally binding standard in this project. Why and why? And for many reasons. And I believe that what the agreement shows is that in this region, it is possible to count with the legally binding instrument with innovative characteristics, but which basically proposes the possibility of cooperation and horizontal cooperation to attain common goals. I believe that is the main and major contribution that this process leaves us. But I wouldn't like to leave two outside, and which are added to it. This agreement adds regional processes like the ones carried forward by UNDP and the Fora of Ministers, which are fields of negotiation, of a political agreement. But through this agreement, we see how we can reach even legal areas. And I would like to end by mentioning an additional contribution of this agreement, and it is the value of the work of the officials when in this work they put the warmth and the personal contribution. I believe that people from ECLAC, such as Carlos and Valeria, have shown this great dedication, which is professional, but has also been very personal. And I believe it is a contribution to the value that organizations have, and Alicia, as leader of all this, can feel very satisfied. Thank you, Marcelo.
Many thanks. Many thanks, Marcelo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if your volume disappeared. I'm not sure if you can hear me from my end.
We can hear you.
Right. In response to your question, Mr. Chairman, I believe the main contribution of the Escazú Agreement to the region is in providing a solid and transparent framework for continued regional cooperation, especially at this juncture where we have the COVID pandemic, we are experiencing biodiversity loss, climate change. That is important, and it is going to help. It will help us become more efficient because we are now sharing resources and knowledge on a regional basis. And so it should help us handle environmental matters better. It should help promote the development of common standards in the region in terms of how we deal with environmental information, how we deal with environmental harm, and how we allow the public, or we get the public involved in the decision-making process, particularly as regards the SDG 2030 agenda, as well as the development of the blue economy, which is so important. Increased visibility of our region. When we go out there together, we have a better force, a stronger force when we work together, opening up doors for cooperation, for funding, for assistance from donors, which is so important to us, small island developing states. A platform for peace, good governance, transparency, healthy societies, a resilient people, using our own unique resources to build solutions. A more humane and caring region, more corporate responsibility, a more I have your back mentality. We want to see that. I think the Escazú Agreement will epitomize that. A more creative, enthusiastic, and nature-loving youth. We have seen their work of the youth champions. We want to see that continued. And finally, Mr. Chairman, a source of hope for our disadvantaged, our vulnerable people. We want them to know that the right to a healthy environment is not just a figment of the imagination, but it is a reality, but we have to do it together. We must work together. We are a resilient people. It is ours. Let us rally together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for this participation.
Muchas gracias.
Parece que será la principal contribución del Acuerdo de Escazú.
What do you think would be the main contribution, Andrés Napoli, to the Escazú Agreement? Well, I might mention it at the very end, but I might mention three for now. It would be human rights based on environmental rights. It started being built in one way. We looked at the rights to access, then we built a magnificent bridge between human rights and the environment, claimed so many times for those who promote public policies and we litigate environmental issues. We always wanted to create that bridge. And it's also a space to unify. It's the generation of Rio with climate change. That is also very important, and I'll complement on what Marcelo said. I think nothing is built with air, it's built with people, with dedication. And we always say that the environmental issues have to be felt. If you don't feel it, you won't do anything in that regard. You'll always leave it aside. So I do think that the main contribution of Escazú is the next challenge, for it to be purposeful, for someone to save people's lives, to change our policies, for us to participate, for people to participate actively and to be heard and to make decisions and not to be ignored and to never make any decisions. There's much to be done in Escazú, but what is to come next is what matters the most to me.
Thank you, Andrés. Each one of you has focused on a different and very important aspect of what Escazú has been.
On the main contribution of the Escazú Agreement to our region. Mr. Emmanuel, yes.
Oh, okay, yes, sorry, Mr. Chair, the volume was down. And thank you for your question. I would like to propose, well, two things for consideration. One, that I see it as a platform for inclusion. While all OECS member states' legal and policy mandates emphasize the importance of environmental data and information sharing and public access, the Escazú Agreement guarantees full and effective implementation of environmental access rights and provides a foundational framework for the development of one or more systems to implement that right. Thus, its signage is indicative of the creation and strengthening of capacities and cooperation, contributing to the protection of the right of every person from the present and future generations to live in a healthy environment and to sustainable development. Secondly, we see it as a catalyst for action. And I want to take this opportunity to give some visibility and say that already the partnership with ECLAC is seeking to enhance the generation, collection, and systemization of environmental information in the Caribbean through a proposed sub-regional environmental information system that will, one, provide the OECS region with a comprehensive platform to access data, which will allow integrated planning, impact assessments and risk analysis for national and regional development. 2, display information publicly on a range of interests to support policy and decision-making dialogues on environmental management, social and economic issues, and facilitate public and special interest group validation at the national to international scale. 3, identify trends that can be categorized for prioritization of actions. And 4, serve as a one-stop shop and searchable portal for information that can be used to track areas of interest and develop strategies to minimize the negative trends. And so, again, I want to thank our friends and colleagues at ECLAC, and we look forward to making those promises become reality.
Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel, for your kind words. Y para cerrar nuestra ronda.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, José Luis. Creo que la principal contribución de
I think that the main contribution of the Escazú Agreement has to do with a human rights perspective and the environment. It's a regional one, a regional outlook, to be able to mention that it's a tool to preserve together with people. Therefore, it's crucial to think of an environmental democracy that will be built and in some way will be harmonized by the situation of the different countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, in terms of the one hand, to allow a few countries to increase the regulations in human rights and the environment, and others to drop the gap in terms of broad regulations, but maybe there's a distance in terms of deploying it, of implementing it. So throughout these pandemic times, we say that it's a collective way out, or no one is alone. I think that Escazú is the possibility or an opportunity. I apologize for the background noise. It's an opportunity for what this pandemic states. So maybe going from individualism and in terms of coming or being far from humanity, I think it's good to be in balance again, and for men and women, as those who form part of the environment, as part of Mother Earth. Therefore, Escazú would be that in a nutshell. It approaches, or it includes, this ethic of caring. We are part of this Mother Earth that today we honor. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This ethics makes sense to Alicia, who wants to walk to a society of care. Thank you so much for your interventions. Your reflections have been so rich. I invite you that in these following 5 minutes, we can see a small registry, a small graphic document of the reflections that we have been listening today. So here we have our graph, and you have the floor to walk through it. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Baez, and my task today is to picking some key words that I would like to share with you to close this session. Today you are talking about remembering the path to Escazú. You brought the words of the public turned into partners, public governance, the importance of transparency in real time. You talked about the ethics of life. You spoke about the importance of participation, of environmental justice, the need to understand this as a regional perspective, unity, solidarity, cooperation, inclusion. Much emphasis was put on the value of the personal commitment and the amount of important persons who were part of the building of all this. It's a fundamental value to work in a cooperative way. Equally, you spoke very relevantly about the faith of the whole team that worked in it. and the honor of counting with an instrument of your own instrument for Latin America and the Caribbean. You said that now the challenge starts and that it is important to keep in mind and transfer this knowledge to the new generations. This material will be available for you, making just a fast overview to close this session. Thank you very much.
That was
Thank you
very
so
kind of you.
much.
Many thanks. I
believe
think
that this path through the process that brought us to this day has been so valuable and has permitted us to remember many people who walked with us, many of the values, the feelings, the moments, the doubts that we had when we started in this process, and of the surprises that we have collectively had throughout this process: solidarity, commitment, knowledge, relationships that we didn't even know we could develop, tremendous work. I would say equal parts of inspiration and perspiration that led us to this day where Escazú took flight. Thank you so much to each one of you for accompanying us in this celebration. We invite you to the next chapter, which is the dialogue with youth that will start at 4:30. Have a good afternoon.
Hola, ¿en qué? ¿Están en inglés o en español? A ver, aló. Ahí estoy. Ya la escucho. Súper. Hola, Claudia. Buenísimo. Sí. Vale.
Hello, this is the English channel. Testing the
Perfecto.
English channel. Okay,
Súper,
so
la
now,
vemos, la escuchamos bien.
wonderful. Now, Holly.
Vale.
Ahora me toca a mí. En
Ahí está.
inglés. Hoy, ahora no me salió ningún verso.
Ok.
Y ahora voy a
Pero
pasar
estamos bien.
al
Vale.
español, ¿ya?
Vamos.
Gracias.
Súper. Perfecto. Vale, entonces tengo que sacar a alguien, ¿no? Sí. Estoy dejándolas a ustedes dos nada más. Listo. Vale, perfecto. Creo que ahí no, sí está. Perfecto. Muchas gracias.
Rafa.
Sí, voy a pasar a Natalia.
Muchas gracias.
Listo. No veo a más nadie. Ok, cualquier cosa avísame, Karen.
Nafisha Richardson. Gracias.
Hi, good day.
Hi.
Hi, Miss Nafisha. We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Natalia.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Perfecto, también la vemos y la escuchamos.
Super.
Perfecto.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Natalia. Hi, Nafisha. Good to see you.
Hola, Valeria.
Hello. Rafa.
Sí. Ahí tengo a Kiara. Ya está.
Hola a todos, ¿cómo están?
Hola.
Hola, Kiara.
Hola, ya casi activo la cámara, dame un segundo.
Rafa.
Dime.
Rosario del Pilar Díaz Garavito, por favor.
Ya en el panel.
Thank you.
Mira.
Hola.
Hola.
Sí,
Hola.
buen día. Señora Rosario, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, muchísimas gracias por la invitación y por todo. Está muy genial toda la ceremonia.
Perfecto, gracias. Queríamos ver si quiere probar cámara. El audio se escucha perfectamente.
Sí.
Súper, ahí la vemos.
Listo, gracias.
Vale, de nada.
Está la señora Valentina Durán, también si quieres la puedes pasar, por favor.
¿Listo? Muy buenas tardes, Laura Serna, si quiere probar audio y video.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos.
Vale, le escuchamos fuerte y claro. Si quiere probar el video también, no hay ningún problema.
Discúlpame, ¿me puedes repetir? ¿No escuché bien?
Si quería utilizar cámara para probarla ahora,
Perfecto.
o si no, se puede quedar con el audio, no hay ningún problema.
Listo, un momento. ¿Ahí se ve bien?
Sí, perfecto.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. para realizar pruebas de audio y video para Keisha Ann Bell.
Rafael, ¿puedes por favor subir al moderador, David Voigt?
Listo, ya está en el panel.
Gracias.
Señor Daniel Boyd, quisiera probar audio y video. David, disculpe.
Sí, por supuesto, un momento, por favor.
Perfecto, lo vemos y lo escuchamos bastante bien. Muchas
Muy
gracias.
bien, muchas gracias. Hola Valeria, hola Carlos.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Gracias por acompañarnos.
Bueno, con mucho gusto.
¡Feliz Día de la Madre Tierra!
Ya, igualmente a ti.
Yo me meto a saludar nomás, pero estoy para después. Hola.
Hola Valentina.
¿Cómo estás? Gusto de verte. Hola Valeria. Felicitaciones en este día.
Sí,
Hola, Valentina. Bienvenida.
No, felicitaciones. Qué lindo día del nacimiento.
Después tanto trabajo, de verdad.
Sí, sí. Gran trabajo de la CEPAL y de tanta gente.
Sí.
Sí. Bueno, me escondo porque estamos al aire.
Ahí llegó Rafa. Sebastián Benfeld, por favor. Rafael.
Listo, Sebastián Benfeld.
Gracias. Hola, Sebastián.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
¿Nos escuchas? ¿Nos ves bien?
Sí, yo los escucho súper bien, pero no veo a nadie.
No ves a nadie. ¿Puedes? ¿Podrías prender tu cámara?
Ahí veo la imagen. Y ahí está mi cámara.
Perfecto.
Gracias.
Hola, no, ya puse la cámara, no sé cómo me veo, si se ve bien.
Rosario Garavito está conectada. ¿La ves? ¿La ven? ¿Rosario?
Sí.
Hola, Vale, sí estoy.
Ah,
Aquí estoy.
perfecto. Qué bien, qué bueno.
Un gusto verte de nuevo.
Igualmente.
Rafa.
Karen.
Señor Mariano Castro, por favor.
Listo.
Francisco Javier Vera. Gracias.
Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Buenas tardes, te escuchamos muy bien. Si quieres encender la cámara para probar video también.
Claro, es que nos habíamos equivocado en la hora y estaba por fuera, pero ya mismo prendo la cámara, que es que estoy acomodando luces.
Vale, tranquilo. No hay problema.
Muy buenas tardes, Francisco.
Muy buenas tardes. Muchas gracias a todos.
Empezamos.
Buenas, ¿me escuchan y me ven?
Perfectamente. Muy bien.
Okay.
Hola, Mariano. Hola.
Hola.
¿De qué equipo eres? Bueno, estamos. Vamos a empezar, si les parece bien, esta última sesión, esta penúltima sesión.
Let us now begin this second to last session. Welcome to the third session of today, of the day of celebrations of the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement. Now we will refer to the role of youth in terms of the Escazú Agreement. This will be moderated by David Boyd, the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on Human Rights, the Environment, and a champion of the Escazú Agreement. David, the floor is yours without further ado. Thank you very much, Carlos. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Today, coming into force of the Escazú Agreement on Mother Earth Day 2021, estoy encantado de estar acompañado por 9 apasionados y elocuentes
I am honored to be joined here with the champions from the sector of youth from Latin America and the Caribbean. The Escazú Agreement is a visionary agreement. It defines priorities, very unique priorities for this region. It's a historic regional agreement that ensures good governance and basic democratic rights. And it's a catalyst for protecting the environment and for sustainable development. It highlights the main objective, which is to live, the right to live in a healthy, sustainable environment.
Climate emergency, the biodiversity crisis, pervasive pollution, and the increase in emerging infectious diseases of zoonotic origin, the Escazú Agreement represents a powerful part of the solution, and it should provide the greatest benefits to those who bear an unfair share of environmental impacts in today's world, including young people. 24 países de la región han firmado el tratado.
24 countries of the region have signed this and 12 have ratified the agreement. Therefore, today, the agreement enters into force. So kudos and congratulations to Argentina, Ecuador, Bolivia, Nicaragua, Panama, and Uruguay.
To Antigua and Barbuda, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia. Our webinar today is intended to highlight the voices of young people. So let's get started. The first question is to Natalia Gomez, the alternative representative of the public for the Escazú Agreement. Natalia, elected representatives of the public have played an essential role in bringing the Escazú Agreement closer to society in general, to the public, serving as a bridge and encouraging their involvement. In particular, in what way have you promoted youth participation in the agreement, and how do you hope to continue incorporating the voices of young people in its implementation?
Gracias, David. Y es un verdadero gusto poder estar en este día.
Thanks you, David. It's quite a pleasure to also take part in this panel with so many young people and activists and leaders from our region. Now, in order to answer your question, allow me to remind you all how I got involved in all this back in 2012-13 when I was wrapping up my university career and I started working professionally and I started taking part in the Escazú negotiations. And I was very fortunate to actually join a group of activists from Latin America and the Caribbean who were calling out, claiming our real rights. And as part of that group, I actually started working on this, and there were other young people from within civil society and from within the government sector. We were all key in allowing us to actually reach the goal. So this Escazú Agreement negotiation process has been a fabulous school for many of us, education and lessons learned, and we are full of hope. It shows that we can be hopeful and that it is possible to secure true sustainable development. In 2015, when the public representatives were chosen, we continue to support that there be a variety of different voices and countries and experiences worked within this agreement. And in recent years, specifically, since 2018, when the agreement was adopted, the youth sector has played a key role. First of all, with disseminating the message and communications campaign, using social media, creating new content, visual graphic content that are specifically made in order to reach this consensus throughout the region. This never would have been possible without the work of the young people, and the young champions of Escazú who are here today will talk a great deal about their individual experiences. I would also like to point out how young people have been heading up and leading and supporting the national campaigns that have brought us to ratifying the Escazú Agreement in many countries. Young people have been ever present in the streets, holding banners, requesting that the agreement be ratified, pressuring and working all toward ratification. And we have had a key message, and that Escazú is for everyone and by everyone. With regard to Escazú implementation and how young people can contribute to that, I'm sure we'll talk about this during the next question, but I just wanted to mention the following. Young people today are the decision makers and those who will be implementing Escazú tomorrow and in the future. So thank you for that. Thank you, Natalia. Next question is for Francisco Vera, a young activist, a climate activist in Colombia. Now, Francisco, Latin America and the Caribbean represent one of the most dangerous regions for being an environmental activist. Now, as a young environmental activist in Colombia, what are your key concerns, and to what extent what measures should be taken in order to improve the context for activists such as you? Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to join you in this opportunity. From Colombia, I send you all very warm greetings, and I'm very proud to be able to speak here and to share comments and experiences with regard to Escazú, access to information, and etc. So public participation. As I mentioned, I'm pleased to be here. And also today is International Earth Day. So that's quite apropos. Now, I would have to say that the main concern of many of us throughout the region is how, yes, it is very dangerous to work as an environmental activist in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it's I think that perhaps in order to support individuals who have lost their voice and so that they can continue to speak up on behalf of the environment, I think opportunities such as this one, opportunities within the large organizations such as the UN will be helpful to better protect them. And it's also important to make sure that their leadership is well known so that we can provide them with protection and support in their corners of the world so that we can close the gap, the physical gap between us and them. So I would have to say that those are my key messages. Thank you. Thank you for that, Francisco. And the next question is for Sebastian Benfeld, a young champion of the Escazú Agreement in Chile. So Sebastian, with regard to the youth perspective, what would you have to say your generation's environmental priorities are, and what can young people do to make sure that these priorities and or objectives are met? Well, first of all, I would just like to thank you all for allowing me to join this meeting, a meeting that has been followed by so many countries throughout the region that have actually taken on this commitment and have pledged to uphold the principles of the Escazú Agreement. I'm very pleased that this is an opportunity for all of us to meet and also to stimulate other countries to join the agreement. I would have to say that the most important priorities, youth priorities today, are to actually be able to be involved, real involvement, and allowing us to make decisions about matters that will affect us. Now, we have a very clear idea with regard to what needs to be done in terms of human rights and other aspects. But despite that, our ideas are not taken into consideration. We're not viewed as serious participants in the decision-making process. But it's unfortunate because these decisions will clearly impact us a great deal in the future, the near future. So I believe that it's quite urgent. One of the urgent priorities for youth today is to be involved and included in democratic procedures and processes. We know that democracy begins when you cast your vote, and it goes beyond that, though. And so it's important to exercise this right, and that young people play a key role in this regard. I would have to say that the Escazú Agreement is essential in this regard because it allows decision making to be brought down to the territorial level, to the young people and to others. And this provides us with a key tool so that democracy can actually be exercised. And it also provides us with information so that we know what decisions to make. And this will provide us with a safer environment so that we are not threatened. Thank you. Next question is for Chiara Cascante, a champion of the agreement from Costa Rica. We know that traditionally Costa Rica has been at the forefront with regard to the environment regionally and globally. What do you think young people in your country can do to foster even further this leadership? Good afternoon. Greetings from Costa Rica. And in Costa Rica, well, yes, we have led many environmental efforts and processes, and I think this is closely tied to the environmental richness and wealth that we have. And I think that in Costa Rica, one of the key actions has been to encourage young people to take part in the campaigns. There was a really interesting campaign in Costa Rica that was created by young people and brought forward by young people. And I think that's key. It's important they played a key role with regard to Costa Rica's ability to reach this agreement. Without the young people, this would not have been possible. Let me point out the key role played by Costa Rican youth, because we have also learned a great deal. We're young people, we're activists, but we're not misinformed or uninformed. We're students, and we're always making an effort. We're always trying to go that extra step further to do something, and that's worth learning from. Thank you so much for that, Chiara.
From St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Nafisha, the Caribbean region is particularly affected by climate change and environmental degradation. What role do youth play in environmental issues in the Caribbean? What has been your experience, and what are the main challenges?
Thank you so much, and happy Earth Day to everyone. I think for me, the reality of how vulnerable the Caribbean is to environmental degradation, it actualized on April 9th when our volcano erupted in St. Vincent. And as a result of the eruption, over 20,000 people were displaced from their homes, particularly in the northern parts of the country. Many of them lost their livestock and their farmlands. And this eruption was particularly devastating because it disproportionately affected indigenous Garifuna and Kalinago settlements in communities like Sandy Bay and Oyo. But in response to this natural disaster, young people like myself were the ones at the forefront in the face of volcanic ash and financial constraints and safety hazards, helping those in shelters and private homes who needed things like food and water and somewhere to sleep. So this once again cemented for me just how important it is to give young people the space to lead. If we're given more opportunities to take the reins in more sectors, and particularly as it pertains to environmental issues, we'll see quicker, more innovative and technologically based solutions to problems that once seemed impossible. I think so far my experience as an Escazú youth champion has been very positive. More than anyone else, young people are optimistic and they're willing to work collaboratively together towards ratification and now implementation. But there have been challenges. I think in the Caribbean, every country is very different. So the agreement means different things for different people. But that also led to unique networks and collaborations with grassroots activists and organizations. COVID-19 has, of course, been a roadblock, and a lot of our initiatives had to be online, and the human aspect was removed. But that also led us to realize how important it is to have good access to information, and it renewed that particular interest in the agreement. So I think even through those challenges, a benefit was always presented. And with a greater push for youth inclusion in environmental issues in the Caribbean and Latin America, that includes adequate resource allocation to environmental and human rights groups led by young people, and ensuring that there's adequate access to information and flexible funding to support their participation and their self-organizing, young people will continue to meaningfully participate in these key decision-making processes through collaborative partnership models.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nafisha. La próxima pregunta es para Laura Serna.
The next question is for Laura Serna, young champion of Escazú, and she's from Colombia. Laura, as a young attorney interested in environmental affairs, what role do you believe young professionals like yourself can carry out in the defense of the environment? Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. And going to your question, I think there's many opportunities, especially in law. There is a gap that exists between laws and the reality that people experience. Many times communities are not able to know or understand what their rights are, the mechanisms that are available for them to protect their territories and exert their rights. So the lawyers have that role there. They bring those things that have been created for citizens closer to them. Even for attorneys, sometimes it's a little difficult. For people who know these subjects, it gets lost there, and that is why it doesn't always reach the intended beneficiaries. That is why human rights defenders must know that there is this amazing agreement that protects them and shelters them, but they need to have those contacts within their countries in order to learn about them. So lawyers help with the legal, social, and pedagogical part of this exercise, because without education, it is impossible to talk about environmental democracy and citizens' participation, because those who participate end up being the same always, and the information is not disseminated to those who really need it. Basically, this information is not for those of us who already know the agreement and the law. It is for those who don't know it, who are not aware of it. It's important for lawyers to have a relationship, a special relationship with these matters, and to be able to take it to all communities. Thank you, Laura. Our world needs more attorneys such as yourself. Another question for Rosario Díaz Garraito.
Millennials Movement tiene una amplia experiencia con la incorporación de la juventud en los procesos globales y regionales.
Millennials Movement has a vast experience with sustainable development and global movements. What do you believe are the main achievements of your organization, and what has yet to be done? Thank you, David. My name is Rosario, and I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity. I believe that if we were to speak of achievements, I'd have to mention that it's not only those achieved by the Millennials Movement, but of all youth who have participated in programs with us, people who have been part of our campaigns, Rumbo, Al Foro, others from Latin America and the Caribbean who have been working for the sustainable development. Also, preparatory processes, consultations, all these that have been working together also with ECOSOC. So all their contributions to these spaces have been of the utmost importance. We've been working from the moment that we joined the process in 2019, this advocacy effort. We began to learn what the Escazú Agreement means, and we've held online sessions. In June last year, we spoke with Mr. De Miguel about the environment on Earth Day, talking about what the agreement implies, how it came about, why it's important. But I can also talk about capacity building. We've included several organizations in 16 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. With all this tending to implement the agenda, but to do it in a cross-cutting fashion. This regional agenda is part of the ratification and entry into force of the same. And I would like to stress the new advocacy processes and formal procedures in decision-making together with representatives of the member states. And it is not only about learning about the Escazú Agreement, but to position it in the region amongst youth, amongst children, so that the governments will then ratify and implement the agreement in their countries, and also including other processes like the high-level political forum. When the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was reviewed, we saw it also at the COP last year. We were also present at the ECOSOC Youth Forum. So, well, 3 times already. So we've been sharing the demands and the needs of youth, and sharing with the member states that youth are not only present in social media. We are people who have a voice, and we want to have a much more participative future in our region, much less violent, not only for our youth, but also working together with environmental defenders. Thank you. Thank you, Rosario. Next question.
Keisha Ann is the representative of the Caribbean Youth Environment Network from Barbados. Keisha Ann, you represent one of the main environmental youth organizations in the Caribbean. How has the network contributed to raise the voice of youth in environmental matters? And what is your organization's greatest strength?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I just want to say that I'm grateful to be able to participate in this session today. First, I want to say is that the Caribbean Youth Environment Network operate on the 3 operational pillars. One is building in, education and awareness, encouraging engagement and participation, strengthening advocacy and lobbying. For over 20 years, CYEN have delivered non-formal education to the youth, specifically children on persons between the age of 15 to 30 years across the Caribbean in focal areas such as climate change, biodiversity, sustainable land management, integrated water resources, and coastal and marine management. As a result of educating these young people, we have thus inspired these young persons, and also as a result, encourage them to take action. Under the encouraging engagement and participation, some of the initiatives implemented from our youth, by our youth for our youth, included the Barbados International Coastal Cleanup in Barbados, as well as national consultations on climate and energy across the region. Another example of the initiative by our youth for our youth is also the Youth Knowledge in Action for climate change in Cuba, as well as Learn and Flow Water Project in Trinidad and Tobago. Finally, we have been strengthening advocacy and lobbying through campaigns such as 1.5 to Stay Alive Climate Justice and Advocacy Program in 2015, and our current Strive to Stay Alive campaign to raise public awareness about the urgent need to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Also, our young people have taken a part in raising our voice about climate matters in areas such as the United Nations Framework for Climate Change Convention since 2009, with members from Guyana, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Barbados, Haiti, and many others across the Caribbean. I just want to say our greatest strength is our belief in ourselves and our unity to raise our voices on environmental matters. We are not supposed to just be seen and not being heard. We are also people. We make a large percentage of population around the world, and every decision that we make on every environmental legislation will affect us more than the older generations. So I think that CYN is a very important organization for our youth, especially our environmental defenders across the Caribbean, in building strength as well as raising our voice for environmental matters. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Keisha Ann. And it's so wonderful to be able to hear the voices of youth directly. And it's actually my favorite part of being the UN Special Rapporteur. So thank you to all of you for those super interesante y inspirador palabras. We're going to do a second round of questions now. And this time, all of our panelists will be given the opportunity to answer the same question. So I'll just read that question in Spanish and English, and then I'll turn it over we'll go in the same order. So we'll start with Natalia. So, como joven, ¿qué aspecto destacaría usted más del Acuerdo de Escazú? ¿De qué manera puede la juventud contribuir a la implementación efectiva del acuerdo en la región? As a young person, what aspect would you highlight most of the Escazú Agreement? How can youth contribute to the effective implementation of the agreement in the region? Over to you, Natalia.
Muchas gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you for your question. It's very difficult to delve into everything, but I will stress two. In the first place, Escazú proposes a governance model change, and this arises from Rio 1992. Even in Latin America and the Caribbean, it has not been implemented yet in Latin America and the Caribbean. Decisions are no longer made behind closed doors. There is sufficient access to information in order to decide with active participation, and when rights are violated, people now are making themselves heard. They are rising to that challenge. The second thing I would like to stress is the change in narrative proposed by Escazú around environmental defenders. And the Latin American and Caribbean region has seen many campaigns against environmental defenders and making them look like opposition to development as terrorists. And in the more recent years, all defenders and the causes they fight for have gained visibility. And then this narrative is very important because What it establishes is that environmental defenders in our region carry out a task that is extremely important. They're taking care of our environmental resources, and it is important to recognize the work they do, first. And second, it is important to protect their rights and their lives. That is why this is so important. And the third thing I'd like to stress quickly is the importance of public participation for the Escazú Agreement implementation. It's extremely important because without this participation, active participation adopted by the countries for Escazú, we would not have the voice of youth. They have presented many proposals and they call the attention of governments, and also there would be less transparency in the process. That is what I had to mention. Thank you.
With regard to effectively implementing the agreement throughout the region, I just wanted to go back to the last comment during my first remarks. As I mentioned, the young people and children today are actually the decision makers of tomorrow. And let me provide you with a brief story. I have a one-year-old daughter. She just recently turned 1, and her father is convincing her that when she's older, she is going to have to invent some sort of technology to sequester all of the carbon and do away with the climate crisis. Anyhow, it's interesting. But when I see her and I see other young people and people on the panels, I look at them and I say, I know that here we are witnessing the future managers of the major multinationals, future ministers, future presidents. And if we as young people are fully uphold the concept of environmental rights, then we will be able to directly support the decisions that are related to the Escazú Agreement. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Natalia. That's very impressive and interesting. Francisco, my dear friend, the floor is yours. Can you see me? I'm so sorry. Technical world is a bit challenging at times. Now, I really believe that the Escazú Agreement is necessary for all of Latin America and the Caribbean. But I think there are several aspects that are worth mentioning and pivotal to mention with regard to this agreement. It's necessary to have efficient, effective, urgent, ambitious decisions and actions. And one of these aspects is information and access to information by citizens and guaranteeing participation. Obviously, we know that this is closely related to the environmental rights that we already talked about. So environmental democracy is critical for the region, and I already pointed that out, but nonetheless, I think there are several other aspects included within the agreement that are as important, but nonetheless, this is essential. Thank you for that, Francisco. Sebastian, the floor is yours.
Sebastian de Chile.
Sebastian from Chile. Sorry, the connections is somewhat slow. I would also just like to agree with everything that has been said thus far with regard the import of the key aspects included within the agreement. I think they're very pertinent. Now, what is quite interesting to me is that this is an agreement that tries to solve issues at the base. It doesn't specifically refer to glaciers or forests or what have you, fisheries, but it talks about all of that. And it focuses on individuals' rights so that the individuals can make a difference in their surroundings and their environment. And in the end, it turns all of us, it makes all of us activists, environmental activists. And so we are all advocates of a healthier, safer, and planet. And I think as young people, we play a key role in ensuring that this is effectively implemented. And this has to do with a great deal of what has already been mentioned by Rosario. For example, we need to pay close attention to the process. We need to reach out to our politicians and the powers that be and let them know that we are here with a watchful eye and that we will be accompanying this implementation process to ensure that, one, it's effectively implemented, and that, two, the agreement is as ambitious as it possibly can, and to ensure that people are involved and that this public participation is not just a discourse, but is actually made practical. So we want to, prior to actually implementing the agreement, there are two key tools that we have to truly leverage. One, our voice. We need to speak as loud as we can so that the decision makers and the powers that be will hear us and implement the agreement possibly. And then also organizational skills. We need to work further here in this regard and work together as a community around the aspects that we want to truly see materialized. Thank you so much for that, Sebastian. The next speaker is Chiara. Hi there. With regard to Sebastian's comments and the rest of my colleagues, I think this agreement provides us with a unique opportunity as the new generations, an opportunity for us to set up a good situation with regard to democracy in the environment for the future generations. Often, when one sits down to carry out a project, it's only addressed from one perspective, and the rest of the perspectives are ignored. But we cannot do that. For example, we have the indigenous people, young people, and often they are completely left out of the decision-making process. But through representative democracy, we obviously vote for certain individuals who represent us. But in the end, these individuals do not necessarily make decisions according to their constituents. So I think this is an opportunity that all of us have to take part in these processes and to improve what is already being carried out in this realm. Thank you, Chiara. Next, we'll hear from Nafisha.
Thank you. I think at the core, the element of the Escazú Agreement, which stands out most to me, is its connection to people. It's an agreement created by the people for the people, and that's reflected in its emphasis on participation. So now at this point of implementation, it requires more people to ensure that it is actually effective, because what good is the agreement if people don't know about it and if they're not actively using it? So I think first, in terms of how we can effectively promote implementation, we need to cultivate an atmosphere that unleashes the full potential of young people. We need more action organized and implemented by youth. Looking at education, like Laura mentioned earlier, at the primary and secondary levels, we need to push for more lessons about environmental and human rights protection to be included in school curriculums, and so that we can breed a new generation of activists constantly. And even at the tertiary level, we need to encourage more people to take up careers in STEM and environmental studies so that we can better come up with sustainable solutions for climate change and environmental degradation. And I think even looking at things like politics and governance, there's a divide, there's a gap between government, civil society, and young people that we need to bridge. Youth continue to work with policymakers and governments, but we can also further contribute by actually taking up these roles. Like Natalia said, we are the next prime ministers, the next presidents, so actively engaging in politics is also very important. I must commend the young people here, everyone here. I'm so impressed with the work that everyone is doing. And I think once we continue to spread that awareness, we can guarantee the implementation of Escazú in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Thank you, Nafisha. And I agree with you 100% about being super impressed with the work that these young folks are doing. And also agree with you about the critical importance of ecological education. In today's world, surely it's just as important as reading, writing, and arithmetic. La próxima es la voz de Laura. Laura, la palabra es tuya.
Bueno, yo por supuesto me uno a todos los
I
comentarios.
also would like to simply echo all the fabulous, timely remarks that we've heard thus far today. I would just simply like to add that the agreement's implementation also calls for us to doing away with these age-old paradigms that environmental protection is only managed by certain professionals or certain corners of society. I always say that you can be an environmental activist at your breakfast table by talking about Escazú. Maybe it may be dull for that first breakfast conversation on Sunday morning, but nonetheless, democracy begins in an environment of setting such as this one, where you, with your close, trusted, close-knit community, can start sowing the seed, and it grows and it grows, and then we will create a society and that is in symphony. And then when we will actually be exercising our democratic right to when voting, we will see that society will be much more instructed and informed. And in that regard, I think young people play a very unique role, and that we're trying to do away with stereotypes. It's not just that these individuals talk about environmental rights, these individuals protect environmental rights. And from this area of the world, it's across the board. And it's not just about making sure that this is well known on social media, but elsewhere. And also perhaps cover all the various opportunities and venues, because it will be interesting to see in the future that accountants will be talking about environmental protection and other professions. And it's not just about implementing Escazú, but also strengthening environmental democracy throughout the region in Colombia and Latin America and the Caribbean across the board, of course, because all of this will allow us to have greater knowledge and more broader participation, and obviously more in keeping with current times. Thank you for that, Laura. Now we will hear from our last young speaker who has just arrived, Nicole Becker, the young Escazú champion from Argentina. First question. Now, youth in Argentina, Nicole, they have they really driven major environmental change? For example, they have led the environmental legislation change and the implementation, the ratification of Escazú. What do you think the secret of their success is? What strategies and good practices would you like to underscore that you have witnessed in your country so that these can serve as lessons for the other youth throughout the region? Wow, what's the secret to our success? I would have to say it's hard to summarize that. I think obviously each country needs to find its own way forward, its own recipe, given idiosyncrasies. Obviously, we're all coming at this from different perspectives, but I think we do have some common ground. Obviously, I was listening to the previous speakers and I agree with them. For example, it's important to create a movement. It's important to foster this type of environmentalism that is not just based on an individual approach, but collective at large. That's necessary. Everyone who is here today present obviously is here on behalf of a much larger movement, much larger than ourselves. And I'm not even just referring to one organization. I am part of one youth organization, but it's a part of a larger organization. And I think our strongest weapon would be to work together. Also, this may sound somewhat cliche, but in Argentina, we are known for doing the impossible. It might sound cliche, as I mentioned, but when we took part in we were organizing the first march, we thought that that was going to be impossible, and there ended up being more than 1 million people, 5 million people rather. It was overwhelming, and we said, okay, well, if we can have 5 million people behind us, then maybe we can get to the National Congress. We thought that was impossible, but we made that possible too. And then the environmental legislation was adopted, and then Escazú. And the more individuals you work with, the more possible everything else truly seems. The impossible becomes possible because you take a day-to-day action, because you're obsessed with this action, these actions basically on a daily basis. And when that occurs, it snowballs, and the impossible becomes possible. Thank you for that, Nicole. Next question for the second question for you. Now, as a young person, what would you like to, what would you say really jumps out at you the most from the Escazú Agreement, and how can young people contribute to the effective implementation of the region? Wow, that's quite a question. Well, Argentina, what can we do, the youth people in Argentina, for example? Well, is to pressure the decision makers. So it's not just another agreement that's shelved, but we really want to make sure that's an agreement that will be effective. Of course, that will that the burden is on us. We will have to be vigilant daily observers, making sure that everything occurs in Argentina. For example, there were 12 people just recently arrested for protesting in front of the mining ministry. And what's happening? Well, we need to make sure that there's constant pressure and that these aspects are known. Obviously, on the one hand, to ensure that the decisions are made in keeping with what the countries want. And secondly, for those countries who haven't adopted the agreement yet, to ensure that it is adopted. Now, the environmental, I agree with Seba in that we have to tell the story that we were unable to tell in the past. And obviously, one of the issue is that not all of the voices are being heard. And when you have a story being told by only several participants and not all of them, you're not telling the entire story. You're not telling the whole story. So secondly, and this concept of human rights within the agreement is essential. Yes, it's a human and environmental rights agreement. I think that is key in the linkage there. Now, obviously, for all of us who are present here, that linkage is quite apparent. We know it's not about saving a tree, but it's about protecting those who have been historically marginalized. But for most people, it's not that clear. Some people still view the climate crisis separate from other rights. And I believe that this is a fabulous communications tool to break down those, do away with those myths so that we can write a new story, so we can write and tell a different story, and participation is essential in that regard. We need to make sure that our voices are heard, but it's not just our voices, the youth voice, there's other voices that need to be heard. And I think once we secure that, that will be a dignified way for us to implement this.
Thank you very much and happy Earth Day. Thank you, David. I think there's actually two things I'd like to stress of the agreement. The first is we need to take into account that Latin America and the Caribbean to date is the most violent region in the world. We are also the most difficult one for environmental defenders. So for me, what really matters is that the Escazú Agreement puts on the table the need to reassess the need to defend human rights of environmental defenders, but also of people as a whole. I believe that's very important. I also think that youth, especially now during the pandemic, have undergone a very critical situation. There is a need for safety, for protection against violence in all its forms. The Escazú Agreement has a fundamental role to guarantee that our region can provide safe spaces, peaceful spaces for everyone, all people living in the region, especially for those who are environmental defenders. I would also like to stress the fact that our region is also very unequal. And in this region, sometimes we feel that public policies are very far-fetched, very far from people's realities, their condition. So it promotes decision-making, the rights of people to make decisions, and it is part of the definition of their communities. We need to take many steps to become involved in this decision making. And we need to be to take on this role. We need to continue to act on behalf of them. And during the pandemic, I would highly emphasize partnerships with other groups, with groups that will reach other people, youth who are in prison, indigenous youth, all the other groups that are not being reached. I think we should also continue to work on social media. We need to do more. The world goes beyond social networks, social media. And finally, we need to participate in decision making at all levels. It is important for us, our local authorities, our mayors, our presidents can all include the Escazú Agreement in their agendas for decision making. Even those who have not ratified the agreement, this has happened before. It's happened in different countries. So, and it can happen elsewhere. It can happen in our local context. So I'd like to mention that many times, despite the fact that we are afraid, there's uncertainty, or we have mixed feelings, we must participate in these ratification processes in our countries, despite the fact that the context is difficult. In Peru, we had the chance to present before Congress, and we were not able to continue with the process because of the pandemic. But it's important that we take into account the planet, people, because sometimes we only hear about the defense of persons, but not of the planet. But if we have no planet in the future, we will not have any people or nature or anything to defend. So thank you very much. Let's continue to fight for the ratification of the Escazú Agreement throughout our region. Thank you. Thank you, Rosario.
There we go.
Hi again. I would like to highlight for the Escazú Agreement. This is the legislation that we need in the Caribbean as well as in Latin America. We have tons of resources which are often exploited, and as a result, we have devastating impacts on our environment. Therefore, having this agreement allow the citizens to have the right access to environmental information, as well as public participation in decision-making process and access to justice in environmental matters. As a result of this legislation, I know that one, it will allow for the improvement of quality of life, as well as allowing the citizens as well as authorities to make informed decisions due to the participation and allowing everyone to have a say on matters that affect them, right? I know that if we are serious about sustainable development, we will need our young citizens to act as watchdog agents to ensure that environmental information and tracking the effective implementation of multinational agreements, right, will also allow the young people to engage in environmental protection, not only creating a direct impact on changing youth behaviors and attitudes, but possibly influencing the older generations and the rest of the persons in our countries and in our regions by extension.
Great, thank you very much, Keisha Ann. And you know, we're all delighted that the Escazú Agreement is now in force. como estos jóvenes inspiradores han dejado claro, este tratado
Well,
ofrece
these inspiring youth have been very clear. This is a potentially powerful toolbox, but the agreement in itself will not change the world. The youth that are fighting must be heard, and their interests must be put at the core of decision making in all our governments so that the Escazú Agreement be used.
I would like to thank all of you for your eloquent words and your inspiring activism. And I really look forward to working with all of you to transform the powerful words of the Escazú Agreement into powerful actions. Now, the organizers have asked to take a photo of all of us. So if everybody could make sure that their camera's on, por favor, poner sus cámaras y sus sonrisas. Y alguien va a tomar una foto. No sé quién, pero yo no estoy experto en tecnología. Ok, bueno, ok. Muchísimas gracias a todas y todos y vamos a cambiar.
Very well. Thank you all very much. And let's go change the world. Thank you.
Por favor, no se vayan. Nos queda la presentación de.
Please don't go away. We still have the presentation of the drawing of the session. We're going to move on to that then.
Adelante con el resumen.
Muy buenas tardes a todas y todas. Buenas noches por ella en algunos
Good
lugares.
afternoon and well, good night in some locations. My name is Claudia Narvaez, and my role was to take a few of the words that we heard today and to include them here in this poster. You heard the voices of the Escazú youth, of active participation, of the need for youth to lead and to motivate others to increase advocacy. They talked about expanding and making the message visible, on having local campaigns, on achieving a change in governance and the narrative. They also spoke about very important values like the need and interest in learning and having good access to information. There's also wishes to leave a planet for coming generations, and they also spoke about the need to train others and to continue becoming more involved in all these processes, and also in decision making, increasing activism so that it can start at home. It's important to tear down all prejudice and paradigms. And they also talked about education, about educating those who don't know about the agreement and sharing information with them. This is very important. You all spoke about this today. This poster will be made available to you. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Y tengo que decir que todos los adultos aquí
And I must say that all adults present here today need to learn from youth how to use time, because we are on time, right before 5:30. Thank you and happy Earth Day to all.
Muchas gracias, David. Felicidades.
Mucho gusto.
Thank you, David. Congratulations. We will take a 2-minute break to get things organized, and we'll continue with the next panel. And we will also make sure all our panelists are here, and we will then begin.
Bueno, buenas tardes de nuevo a todos. Vamos a empezar la última sesión del día.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Let us begin the final session of the day. This is devoted to the environmental defenders and the Escazú Agreement. Now, we will hear from Mariano Castro Sanchez Moreno, who will be moderating this and also has been advocating on behalf of the environment for so long in Peru, and was also an ardent participant in the negotiation process. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you to ECLAC as well for having held this activity. This activity clearly is not just a moment of celebration, but a day of celebrations throughout the region, today in which the regional Escazú Agreement enters into force. This is beneficial not just for the countries who have ratified it, but for all of us, for development, because it's an access that it's an instrument that provides access to information, public participation, justice, and environmental matters, etc. And it also allows for the region to ensure that there's a safe environment for individuals and their expression, and individuals who are aiming to defend their environmental rights. So, we know that the text per se was closely worked on, and the region shows that we have reached a consensus with regard to addressing our priorities and challenges. Now, I would like to refer to how this agreement can really make it possible for individuals to have a safe environment to exercise their environmental rights. Now, I think this is a fabulous opportunity to hear from experts and environmentalists and defenders and advocates from the region with regard to their perspectives and how they view this regional consensus moving forward. Obviously, the goal here is for all of us to move toward more peaceful societies with equal opportunities for development. Now, individuals defend human rights when they take the reins of certain situations and move these in the direction of sustainable development. And human and environmental rights defenders are crucial. Today, in this session, we are joined by distinguished environmentalists, and we will hear from them and have a discussion with them. And it's quite an honor to be participating with them today. So we have several questions to jumpstart the dialogue. First, we will hear from Tomás Severino, who is a representative from the public from Mexico, representative of a public representative for the Escazú Agreement, and he will refer to his role in this negotiation process and the entire process, and refer to how the process actually occurred, emerged, evolved, and how the various parties, the states, and all the stakeholders were able to finally reach an agreement, reach a consensus, so that this agreement has been able to become a reality. Tomás, thank you for that, distinguished minister. It's a pleasure to greet you and see you. I would also like to truly thank the Secretariat for allowing me to take part in this event, which has been emotional, exciting, eloquent, essential, etc. It's challenging to answer your question in just 3 minutes. And justice has always been was always a challenging issue we addressed during the negotiations because of a variety of different reasons, because of how it's understood and how it's understood from different perspectives in Latin America and the Caribbean nations, because often many of the delegations also did not have ample knowledge in some of the delegations with regard to the implications that all of this would have on the environmental defenders or advocates. And this is something that civil society has always had on its agenda. And civil society back then was starting to report systematically all of the issues that they were observing with regard to the environmentalists and their issues. And so the process moved forward, and the governments could not ignore this. And in Latin America, we could no longer avoid this. And so several times we know that this region has been ranked as the most dangerous region for defending territory. And this could no longer be ignored. And there are what we always tried to do was give a voice to the defenders during this process. And just to conclude, the process entailed several different meetings, for example, in Brazil, and the last meeting was held in Santiago, Chile, where civil society held its parallel event and talked about emerging practices in Latin America and the Caribbean. I recall certain names such as Andrea Sarami and Carol Excel, Andres Napoli, Lucia Arias, Andrea Sambuesa, others who worked closely on drafting the text, a text that was broadly discussed after that event. And then once the proposal was submitted, obviously Mexico, Chile, Costa Rica raised their flags and were very concerned. And they didn't actually raise their flag in protest, but rather to support the draft Article 9, which in the end was adopted, and it was discussed in virtual meetings. And this provided the foundation for everything. And this article has truly spoke to the world and has been key to making the concept of environmental defenders more legitimate and visible to the world around the globe. So thank you. I mean, the rest of the countries around the globe, thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you, Tomas. You have explained how this has been a very live process. Now, let us hear from María de Cortés from Antioquia, a human rights advocate. María de Cortés, I have a question for you. What threats do you identify that the rights defenders in your region have faced? Do you think the legal mechanisms to prevent these are sufficient? And if not, how can we improve this? And what will the Escazú Agreement contribute in this regard? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Maria de Cortés from Antioquia, from a group. I would have to say that the primary challenge that environmentalists face are that we are persecuted, threatened, and often, in the worst cases, murdered. The issue in this region is land. It's extremely important, and there are many conflicting interests. And obviously, some people prefer to benefit from the land and its wealth in detriment to society. And with regard to legal mechanisms, I think we could further boost individuals' participation so that they would receive more support in order to mitigate the negative information that has been focused on the environmental advocates and defenders. And to make sure that there's more awareness with regard to the large parties and how they are taking all the natural resources for their own benefit and detriment to the rest of us. Thank you for being so specific with regard to the challenges related to the land and the various development means that we all have. Now, We'll hear from another human rights advocate or defender, Medium Miranda from Honduras. Medium, we know that Honduras has a legal framework for protecting human rights advocates. Could you please talk about your perspective with regard to this legal framework and specifically what you would underscore as a potential mechanism for defending the rights of human rights activists? Thank you, Miriam.
¿Estamos con Miriam presente?
Miriam, are you here?
Entonces,
Miriam is not with us. Okay, then. I'm sure she will join us later. We will find out. Now let us hear from Brazil. Claudelice da Silva Santos from the Zé Cláudio e Maria Foundation in Brazil. I think the challenges are broader in Brazil. For example, what is the current situation of the Brazilian Amazon? And Claudelice, please, would you refer to the challenges and that you face and what actually contributes to the attacks on the defenders in the Amazon region?
Por esse espaço, dizer que eu estou muito feliz porque finalmente chegou esse momento, mas também dizer que eu estou muito triste pelo meu país ainda não ter ratificado tão importante acordo. Esse acordo é de extrema importância para nós, defensores dos direitos humanos, do meio ambiente, mas também para que os nossos direitos sejam olhados com mais um instrumento. Esse instrumento que não deve ser colocado numa gaveta, que não deve ser colocado em lugar de menos importância.
It shouldn't really be placed, given less importance. And we have huge challenges. They're historical challenges. Our country has had these for years, and these are the situations that are not necessarily only about agrarian situations. There is a community challenge because many people are expelled from their territories, from their land, and therefore, beyond this historical burden, we have to take into account what is happening today. And that is what we see every day when we wake up and we realize that one more environmental defender has been invaded, has had their home looted, or has been murdered. So the state, instead of solving the core of the conflict, creates more conflict. They create more conflict for us, and they perpetuate impunity. The earlier, the sooner they accept these territories, the sooner people will be heard. This has to do with foreign capital that purchases land and helps murder our farmers. Today, Brazil is selling products that leave these areas. So it is a historical problem, but our current issues are many more. There are issues and problems that we had not seen since the dictatorship that we experienced in the country. This is also a part of what happens in the region. We see that it is happening in Brazil, and it is also happening with the entire region. It is the advancement of capital throughout our region. We cannot allow this. Thank you, Odelici. In fact, you have stressed the structural aspects that affect the possibility of or overcoming these issues in development. And defenders must address these situations. Following, we have Chile. We have Valentina Duran, Director of the Environmental Rights Center, and she is a professor of the Conflict Resolution Center at the University of Chile. She has vast experience in these matters, and we have the following question for her. What is the situation in Chile? Where do we stand? Where are we going with these matters in legal terms, administrative, social protection? Are they sufficient? And also, all these environmental groups, what are they doing? Thank you, Vice Minister Mariano Castro. I'd like to first greet you all and say that I am thrilled to be a part of this great event of celebrating the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement and seeing all the people, all the faces that were a part of this effort. Many of you are parents, and I would be remiss not to mention all of them, so I won't call any names, but I will thank CEPAL or ECLAC. We offer legal advice. We know it's very specialized and very expensive. That is why Article 8 of the Escazú Agreement is so important. Among other provisions, they state this right to access. It states the right to access to justice, to better understand the needs of people or vulnerable groups by means of support mechanisms, including technical and legal counsel, free of charge. So this has been mentioned by ECLAC, and we are very thankful. We serve as a mechanism that offers access to legal environmental assistance. And in the midst of all these environmental conflicts that we see daily, these legal council groups or environmental groups basically offer a service to the community. There's students involved, and it has some restrictions, however. But I'd like to say that only the negotiations of the agreement have helped us get to know each other with the different professors and students of all these workshops and working groups. We have been able to get to know each other and to learn more about the agreement. We've had visitors, both in person as well as virtual. We've also had a lot of cooperation. We've had classrooms through our screens, learning about other experiences. And of course, the Latin American Partnership on Environmental Clinics or Workshops. And of course, Mariano is a professor, so he knows what I am speaking of. But there's been many instances for cooperation. So to answer your question, Mariano, and I apologize for taking a little more time, my answer will be shorter. In legal aspects here in Chile, there is no specific acknowledgement of environmental defenders or professors of environmental human rights. There isn't anything specific in this regard except those tools that are available to all people. And those are applicable to people who are defenders of human rights and the environment. So there's no specific mechanism, but I would like to say that we carried out a study with the support of ECLAC that goes hand in hand with other efforts made. I cannot announce it yet, but because it's being edited, but it was a huge effort made with our students. And in order to carry out that exercise, we requested more access to information of dozens of public organizations, public institutions, and we found information that we didn't have. There is no protocol that specifically recognizes this reality. There are still many tools that will allow us to protect. We have rule of law. We have the possibility to report and to carry forward different actions. And we have the National Institute of Human Rights, which is an autonomous organization is quite recent, which recognizes the existence of the human rights advocates, and I believe that it is still in an early phase. And it's not as advanced as in other countries, but it is a reality that is not yet visible or as visible in our country. Thank you for presenting the conditions in Chile, Valentina. Our next panelist develops new abilities, works with youth, with children. And it is necessary, in fact, to develop and promote new abilities in order to grow with equal opportunities in our region. And that is what these workshops or groups work on. So she is an advisor of the legal workshop on public policies at the University of Rosario in Colombia. So can you tell us what is happening in Colombia? Or how much have these centers, advocacy centers or clinics advanced? How can we support these defenders? Mr. Vice Minister, good afternoon and hello to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here at this huge celebration among friends, adding new voices around the region for the Escazú Agreement. I'd like to especially greet all environmental defenders who have taken on this mission. I'd like to recognize their work and their courage. Thank you for the question. These legal clinics doubtless have been of the utmost importance to support human rights advocacy or environmental defenders' rights. It's important because these legal clinics have generated significant changes to democracy, to social justice, and also by accompanying vulnerable communities with legal and institutional aspects in our countries. It was mentioned by Professor Valentina Duran, these legal clinics or centers set out to prepare lawyers so that they can further contribute to solving these issues, these problems of social access, and to contribute to generating change in these groups that are most vulnerable. By means of the use of the law, we can address structural issues, problems such as those we find in citizen participation mechanisms, especially in environmental justice. And based on the experience of these legal and environmental clinics, we can see at least 4 lines of action that would allow us to work with the state, with civil society, with private parties. For example, the development of strategic partnerships. Second, generating activities, research. Third, by accompanying the vulnerable communities by means of education and using communication strategies in social media and other media partners. What these legal clinics do is they also help with strategic advocacy and legal procedures within the national and international context in order to, or with the purpose of transforming our reality. We have worked strenuously in pedagogy, in educating. We try to contribute to public opinion, to an informed public opinion, and also promoting environmental democracy within the framework of the Escazú Agreement in national agendas. The strategies of legal clinics are important. We have different channels and strategies that have been improved and perfected throughout 20 years. throughout the region, these fields beyond litigation with the legal authorities. What this has shown us is that we have other alternatives, other possibilities, such as working in other international scenarios, a conference of the parties, and of course, I'd like to stress the role of other institutions, other human rights defenders, the pro bono work carried out by lawyers, and also work done in legal education by civil society organizations. I'd like to finish or conclude by offering special thanks to ECLAC and its Sustainable Development and Human Settlements Division by believing in the legal clinics in the region and supporting us throughout our efforts. Thank you. Thank you, Dina. In fact, all these agreements, laws, regulations, systems are important and must be protected. And they're important to further develop the region with sustainable development and equal opportunities. Very important to create or promote these new abilities. We now have a defender of human rights in Guatemala. He is the president of the Ibero-American organization and the prosecutor's office, or prosecutor's efforts and defense efforts are of the utmost importance to this process as they carry out specific actions. This is one of, or cataloged as one of the most dangerous regions in the world for environmental defenders. Could you please comment on the main players and the main elements that contribute to this, and what lessons can we draw from these mechanisms for protection and prevention and regards to environmental defenders? Good afternoon, Vice Minister. It's a pleasure to be at this important forum. It's a historical day for many countries. Unfortunately, Guatemala is not part of the states that have already ratified the Escazú Agreement. It's shameful that our authorities have been silent and not ratified yet. And to answer your question, there's two factors. One is the indifference of the government, of the authorities and Congress as well. And second, the voracity with which corporations operate. They are only interested in profiting, but they are not interested in finding a balance with in terms of the environment, and they're not interested in the role of environmental defenders of the indigenous populations. There's structural issues that put parts of the population in extreme conditions. The state has been conceived for corporations without taking into account cultural diversity and corruption. Corruption has a strong effect on the environment. It generates a perverse incentive and use of power. We have seen this historically. We've seen corruption, and they are reticent to accept the Escazú Agreement in terms of information, access to information and environmental matters. So environmental defenders find themselves in this precarious situation. As Dina said, it is very important to support them, but in order to do this, there needs to be a lot of independent work. There should be specific defense for environmental defenders coming from the government, and it is important to educate the population and to use youth because they are learning, they are training every day. And it sounds like a joke, but it's not. It's very important. It's celebrating this agreement leads us to put greater pressure on decision makers so that they may change their
naturales permanentemente sin respeto al medio ambiente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The interpreters apologized, but there were some glitches in the sound.
Da como la situación en donde estos temas son como a contracorriente, ¿no?
Yes, often those topics go against the grain, but nonetheless, they are part of the mandate of Escazú, and the mandate states that we need this common vision. And so it's clear the role of the human rights ombuds people in the region. Now, we have other key stakeholders in this process, the Congresses, and we will now hear from Cecilia Moyovidi, a senator from the Plurinational Legislative Assembly of Bolivia. She is a key environmental activist voice within the Senate. And now that Escazú is a concrete tool available for environmental legislation in the region, senators also have the responsibility of protecting environmentalists and environmental defenders throughout the region. So let us hear from you. What do you think about how the Escazú will be able to boost the performance of our legislatures throughout the region? Good afternoon, brothers, sisters from other countries. I would like to commend you all for what we've done today, because once again, we are reminded of the need to speak out on behalf of our Mother Earth, and to defend her. Warm greetings from Bolivia. Let me begin by mentioning that our Bolivian legislation, since the emergence of the country as an independent state, has very broad regulations referring to defending Mother Earth. For example, the Ichizukisaka decree dating back to 1925 made it possible for Simón Bolívar, the first president of Bolivia, to actually speak out against environmental conservation and preservation, identifying rivers and protecting native forests. Up until today, has been protected by laws such as Law 300, the framework Mother Earth Law for Development and Well-being. Law 71, with regard to the rights of Mother Earth. Article 10 creates the unprecedented office of the Mother Earth Ombuds Office to protect the rights of Mother Earth as established under said law. Although, unfortunately, this law has not been met by thus far because of the negligence of the current administration. There's another law related to productive agriculture and livestock in 2011. This law and other international and national rules and regulations are key, the ones that Bolivia has subscribed to. Now, with regard to the Escazú Agreement, which is the reason why we're here today, is also a key measure. As you can see, we're not lacking in rules, regulations, and other aspects, but what we're lacking in is power by the national legislature. And here in Bolivia, we are just launching a new constitutional period with this mandate so that we can carry out our congressional actions. And to do so in Bolivia, we will also lean on the Escazú Agreement. creating awareness as to this agreement and involving the peasant indigenous populations so that they can be directly involved in defending the rights of Mother Earth using all of the parliamentary instruments available to us. Thank you, dear brothers and sisters. Thank you, Senator. The Escazú Agreement clearly is an international regional benchmark for drafting the best possible public policies in the region. And the next segment will include a question for all of you. The question is, how can we make this agreement more tangible? And what expectations do you have with regard to the agreement? And how do you actually believe this agreement can contribute to bringing about this auspicious environment for protecting environmental and human rights defenders? Tomás, 3 minutes. Thank you, Vice Minister. Allow me to greet the entire ECLAC team led by the Executive Secretary. Thank you to all of you. And let me greet my fellow panelists, environmental defenders. Now, this is the key question, the million-dollar question. How are we going to ensure that this contributes? Well, we know that the Inter-American Human Rights Court has referred to this and how there is this ongoing dispute for natural resources which are being indiscriminately expropriated and exploited. We also know that there are uneven power distribution, and we know that this has an impact on individuals and landholders. Now, the context is very challenging. It's a lofty goal that is for the Escazú Agreement. So I think we could begin by standardizing or harmonizing our various legislations so that they are in keeping with the standards and the agreements of within the larger agreement. Article 9, for example, specifically with regard to environmental and human rights defenders, refers to how one of the key preventative measures would be to reduce the level of environmental social conflicts through legislation. And to the extent that we can bring down the level of conflict, we will also be able to do away with violence and aggression and tension, which generally, of course, when the works are in a certain advanced phase, they often lead to paralyzing the works. So perhaps it would be key to use this document, Article 9, the set of measures to prevent us from reaching those stages. And fortunately, or unfortunately rather, we know that this region continues to rank quite high in terms of violence against environmental defenders. Mexico, for example, is an atrocious example of this, and the pandemic has also illustrated the institutional weaknesses in our countries, specifically the right and the ability of the communities to defend their own rights. We've seen the asymmetries between the extractive industries and mining and many industries that are not deemed to be essential, but nonetheless, they are still exercising their rights. So we have a lot more to do with regard to Article 8 and 9, justice for defenders. And we start comparing what's going on, and we can figure out what needs to be improved, how can we improve these aspects, and make sure that all of this is well known to the strategic stakeholders and the legislature, and Peru, Chile, Costa Rica, Colombia, these countries as parties to the agreement invited, they were the first ones, and they invited the rest of the countries to join the agreement. So they are taking the lead, and I would like to commend you all for ratifying the agreement. Thank you, Severino from Mexico. Same question. Same amount of enthusiasm, please. How do you think Escazú will allow us to have a better region? María Inés from Antioquia. With regard to this partnership, that is, revolving around the Escazú Agreement, I think this will allow us to expand participation. It's one of the mechanisms, and so we have to ensure that there are measures that will allow us to make sure that all of this work is more visible, so that more individuals can join the effort and contribute from their corner of the world, and with regard to their experience in terms of protecting the environment and protecting the defenders. Of course, we need to protect the environment. We need to protect the environmental defenders. They go hand in hand. So communications work would be key, because that, on the one hand, would allow us to mitigate issues related to all of the negative information surrounding the defenders, and also to allow for us to make way for a more positive outlook within Latin America and the Caribbean. And I think we could work closely together in a coordinated fashion so that we could support each other as countries, and so that we can recover, get back our environment. This is for all of us. We all live under one single common roof, which is the environment. And it's important to ensure that there's consistency, that everything that we do be carried out in favor of the environment, and I'm not destroying it, obviously. And we want to be able to enjoy clean air, clean water, clean beaches where our children can run and frolic and play freely, or our elderly as well. We know that we've lost a lot of the benefits previously enjoyed from our rivers. So it's important for us. We don't want to have to be in a situation in which we tell our grandchildren about rivers from a story perspective. We want to make sure they can experience this firsthand. So there's a serious commitment there with regard to disseminating this information, and the need that we have as brothers and sisters to work together to protect the environment, our home. I would have to say that that is one of the main roles of Escazú, to create more awareness, and then to allow our voices to be heard in an international realm, because if we do not make all of this known, we will not receive the necessary support. Thank you for that. Very clear. Now we will hear from Claudelice da Silva Santos from Brazil. Same question, please.
Brazil has a duty to ratify this agreement. It's quite sad that this day has arrived and we did not move forward in this sense. I'm very happy for countries that have already ratified, but sad for my country. That is why we need this evolution for environment for Brazil, because if we continue this way, we won't have an environment to defend. We have a huge capacity to defend the environment and rights, but we need to take action. This is our hope. we have the Escazú Agreement, which brings these two together. These are always understood as the same, as different things, and they're not. The defense of people has to have at its core the defense of rights and of the environment. Escazú brings both together. That is why we must ratify the agreement. Our potential is being destroyed by the current government, and the Escazú Agreement, with this cooperation, with this joint work, it would be perfect for us to take a look at what we have and review and look at our population, at people who are already defending the environment, who have been doing this for years, both internally as well as with the Escazú Agreement and so many other instances. So apart from this, apart from the current challenge, it is one of the ways we have to improve what we had already been improving and working on these years. But this is intrinsically linked to the defense of people as well as the defense of climate vulnerabilities. Climate is changing faster because we are not doing enough. The state is not doing enough. They have simply let it pass. And if we let these things happen without having a solution, the result is disastrous. So this is a huge challenge, but I trust that this state that we have will not last, and we will soon see this change. We will be here resisting and defending human rights and the environment. Thank you. We will now hear Valentina Duran, who will also say how the Escazú Agreement can contribute to make things safer for people and the environment. I'd like to remind you of that this is a historical agreement for 3 reasons. One, because it is the first environmental agreement of Latin America and the Caribbean. We had never had one. Second, the way in which it was negotiated, allowing the participation of the public, is novel, and it is the first one that actually includes environmental defenders. So we're giving visibility to a reality, which is the environmental defense, the risks, and the vulnerations of or violations of the rights of those environmental defenders, and of course of those who by chance find themselves in a situation where they have been displaced, and these are realities that are dangerous for the defense of the environment. So the most relevant thing about this agreement is that it makes all this visible. And that is very important. And all environmental defenders see their right to having a safe environment violated, and also access, as well as their civil, political, economic, and social and cultural rights. So it is not just, as many others have said in Chile and other countries as well, of creating a category of superior or protected people who have immunity, impunity. Basically, the agreement creates a safe environment. So what the agreement says, and I sleep with it under my pillow, the parties must guarantee a safe environment and must take appropriate and effective measures to recognize it, because you cannot protect what you don't know. So to protect these people and to protect the rights of environmental defenders, understanding their freedom of speech, of access and circulation. So these are the same rights that we all have, but they are affected by the activity that environmental defenders carry out. And the third most important part is, because it's important to know what it says, is to take timely and effective measures to prevent and sanction these attacks, threats, or any other such activities on environmental defenders, on those who seek a safe environment. And it's important to begin to talk about all this, and hopefully we will soon ratify in Chile as well. Thank you. Thank you, Valentina. We would now like to offer the floor to Lina Munoz. Same question. Thank you, Mariano. I think the agreement will contribute in many ways to the situation of environmental defenders in our region. As a Colombian citizen, I would like to see the agreement become a peace instrument to fight violence and the persecution of people in our territories. How do we achieve this environmental peace? Well, by having Escazú promote this peace in our territories, and as Mariana said, to promote the leadership of these people and to accompany their efforts and make their voices heard, make their voices stronger. We could work on 3 specific things. The first would be to promote the definition or concept of defenders of the environment in our region, so that we can characterize this environmental fight for human rights. The second would be to effectively include the needs and concerns of environmental defenders into the measures taken for their protection. We should not design these measures without including the people that we are talking about. It's the right to, in many different aspects, and also strengthening the capacity of the authorities, of the judiciary, and all those who carry out investigations in Colombia. Given the weakness of these institutions, we don't even have nationwide data that would allow us to work on these investigations of human rights violations. So when a country doesn't even know how many people are being killed for defending the environment, well, it's only international figures that can be used, but there's something that is failing there. And I believe the Escazú Agreement by Title 19 will help strengthen the cooperation capacities in order to bridge this gap and therefore see how far we can go. Thank you, Lina. Now we have the Jordan Rodas from Guatemala. Thank you. I'd just like to stick to the more optimistic visions. Yes, we can be much better off, especially after the entry into force of Escazú today. I truly hope that its implementation won't be too slow and that there is political will to implement it. This is key to reduce these effects. It can actually be very positive for the more vulnerable sectors. We need to use more empathy, apply empathy to all of this, and I believe we could use this legal tool. It is a reality now, and we must accompany and supervise all these actions. And once it is ratified, and then we must make it actionable. Because if not, we'll see the same that happened with the ILO Convention 169. Has no teeth. So we need to learn from what is happening.
Que será en Colombia, que será en misma Guatemala.
We need to see what is happening in Colombia, Guatemala. We know that many environmental defenders are dying. The figures are astonishing, and I value this opportunity and putting into practice what other countries have made their own. Thank you very much. Senator Cecilia Mayoviri, you have the floor from Bolivia. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Finally, in order to summarize what the Escazú Agreement proposes to the world, we would like to guarantee the fundamental access to information and justice in environmental matters. We will be protecting the rights of people and of environmental defenders in the region. I would like to conclude by thanking you for this opportunity that allows me at this historic date, especially for Latin America and the Caribbean, and doubtless to the whole world. I would be
Departamento Beni, Enemiripa y Bolivia, nos hire, vechuchiore, to quechorohira, vitichayo nono, enevitipo, vitipo, ucochucho, takoi ejne, muiripa y vio pueru, te poca poje. Nurusurupayacho, tata noviono, meme noviono. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Thank you all very much.
Nos proteja, que Dios nos
and
dé salud y bendiciones. Muchísimas gracias.
Thanks to Mother Earth. Thank you all very much, brothers and sisters from all our countries, and we will continue to defend Mother Nature.
Muchas gracias, senadora. Quiero simplemente terminar señalando.
Thank you, Senator. I would like to conclude by quickly mentioning a couple of things. I would like to congratulate the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean for this exchange of opinions on the Escazú Agreement live on the very first day. We've been exchanging policies, experiences, and this is happening from the onset. One of the challenges of international agreements is that they actually be boiled down to the reality of people. And it's been very interesting to see how this agreement is by the people, for the people, and it has a lower implementation curve than other agreements have seen. It has many benefits for our region, for peace, as was mentioned by several representatives, to establish institutional mechanisms for the prevention and solution of conflicts, to comply with the Sustainable Development Goals, and to generate safe spaces for environmental defenders. I would also like to mention that as a coincidence of all these processes that happen or take place in our region in Peru, today we ratified a norm that is in line with the Escazú Agreement. We are advancing in protection, multi-sectorial protection mechanisms for the protection and defense of human rights. This is something I wanted to share with you because it is our intention to exchange opinions with our region, within Latin America and the Caribbean. This multi-sectorial mechanism includes the environmental defenders. And I'd like to conclude by saying, well, actually, by giving the floor to the image that summarizes all our ideas. Let's see the poster with the main ideas that were shared. Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to share a screen now.
This refers to, I would like to refer to a brief summary of some of the main issues that we have referred to. In session 4, we heard from environmental defenders, and narrowly in the Escazú Agreement, they said that the agreement was helpful for legitimizing and making the role of these defenders more visible. They significantly stressed how defenders today are detained, arrested, criminalized. There are key conflicts over land. Brazil referred to the genocide taking place in the Brazilian Amazon region. They referred to the cultural diversity as well, issues such as corruption. They also talked about the role of environmental legal clinics that are being rolled out regionally, that these legal clinics train young people, educate young people, and so that's key. We also need, they're also helpful in everyone understanding there are more alternatives. We talked about reinforcing pedagogy in terms of human rights and environmental rights. There was also talk of the need to prevent conflict and murders, the need to foster greater participation and disseminate awareness, to foster regional cooperation as well, since this is the first regional agreement in this realm. And so there was mention of environmental peace, creating a safe, beneficial environment, and the need to create awareness among the population with regard to the aspects of this agreement. That's just a quick summary of what we discussed this afternoon. Thank you very much to all of you for your time and energy. Thank you for that summary. Now, we will give the floor to the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission, Latin America and the Caribbean, Alicia Bárcena, a pioneer in the region in these matters. Moreover, I would like to take advantage of the floor to make special recognition of her role in this process. Now, the Escazú Agreement is an international and a regional benchmark for the rest with regard to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and having a more peaceful society. Alicia Bárcena, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Dear Mariano, it's such a pleasure to greet you and to say that it is quite a pleasure to see you here to be moderating the environmental session from Peru, and we will work together, move forward together, hopefully, so that we can reach safe port in Peru. Now, I heard that there were regulations recently approved, and those are key. Now, let me say to all of you who've joined us in this afternoon session, Tomás, Maria Claudelicia, Valentina, Lina, Jordan, Cecilia. Thank you to all of you for your participation this afternoon. It has been essential, as well as the other panels, the panel on young people as moderated by David Boyd. Fabulous job moderating that. And thank you, Luis Samaniego, for allowing us all to be part of this historic moment, and of course our inaugural session as well with a live performance by Carlos Vives. It was truly beautiful and spectacular. Now let me mention something. We have the ECLAC team with us. Carlos de Miguel, Luisa Maniego. I think Carlos de Miguel deserves special recognition. Carlos de Miguel and I we're running around the hallways at Johannesburg, and we were running behind everyone back in 2012. And we have been working together with all those individuals since then, and your support has been crucial. Thank you for that. You are a key driver behind this entire process, David Barrio and Mr. Torres. Without you, this would not have been possible. So the ECLAC team, one might think that it's very numerous, but it's not. But we have a great deal of energy and enthusiasm, and we are here to bring forward what you have referred to. Let's talk about the next steps, implementation. How are we going to move forward with this agreement and bring it to the next stage, which is implementation, application? And for example, at the conference of the parties, that is where we need to work together. We need to together try to figure out the best way to set up the support committee for the conference of the parties and figure out how we can quickly take those steps in that direction. Now, with regard to other aspects, for example, how can we overcome our fear and ensure that our collective energy and efforts will truly allow us to resolve conflicts and address conflicts and hopefully have fewer deaths? We do not want the environmental defenders to be exposed to the powers that be, to the large companies that are not even always national, often the transnational in nature. And so it will be key to draft strategies to address all of this. I think that we can and that we should. Obviously, there's a significant conflict in our region, controversy over natural resources. And at ECLAC, we are very concerned about the pandemic. We do not want to see that we go back to the privatization of resources, where we see that the resources will be subject to extractive industries more so than in the past. We've moved away from that. And so it's key. It's not that we do not want economic activities to take place. Of course, they need to take place, but they must take place while bearing in mind the affected communities and individuals, and involve that the community, ensure that the communities are actively involved in this process of a prior informed consent. This is something that we have also tried to advocate for. That now it is the onus is on us to prepare for the conference of the parties and to secure funding so that the public will be able to participate, public from all of the countries. And to a certain extent, society at large needs to have its own individual capacity to actively be involved. And we know this is not easy. Nonetheless, I feel as though we are headed in the right direction. Today, it's been a day of celebration. I know that my team is most likely thinking ahead at figuring out the next steps. And we have met in order to define our roadmap. And I just wanted to mention that Principle 10 is key. It's very important for the observatory to be involved and provide information, and that we all work together to upload the information on the observatory, on the website, because Escazú underscores access to information clearly. And so the governments are very much interested in ensuring that this occurs. I would have to say that governments today are increasingly more open, not all of them, but most of them, increasingly more open to having transparent information. And so it's key to ensure that we have access to what the government is doing, what the public sector and private sector, by the way. I believe that this opportunity is also a venue for civil society to contribute. We know that sometimes it seems as though the public sector is on its own, facing the Goliath of the large companies, but civil society that is informed and active and enthusiastic can also contribute. And if that's the case, we will have more and better mechanisms to make progress. So just simply, I would like to once again congratulate and thank all of you for this event today and the various celebrations. I think it has been extremely important. It is International Earth Day. And it's also key to mention that this agreement agreement has been translated into indigenous languages in Quechua, for example, for now, perhaps soon in Mapudungun, hopefully. And then, of course, Mexico has also taken efforts to translate this into the indigenous languages, because it's key to ensure that this is something that the people can have access to. So thank you to all of you across the board. This has been a sensational day, a great deal of lessons learned today, and we need to make sure that we are able to encourage all the countries to join. This is for the benefit of the entire region, for the benefit of all of us. This is an agreement by the region, for the region, as Mariano said, and together we can work toward creating a different future, a better future with more better well-being, building better for the future. This concept of living well that the indigenous cultures refer to, and that's one of the goals. So on this International Earth Day, thank you to all of you. A warm embrace. Thank you. That's right, Carlos, you have your champagne in hand. I only have a glass of water, but nonetheless, I will toast to you into Escazú. Congratulations. A warm embrace to you all. Oh, we need to take a picture. Make sure that you are all smiling, please.
Ya está, eso. Gracias.
Yes, excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. We can see you there.